Hey, good evening, everybody. Let's see, is everything running smooth? Let me just check. How's everybody doing tonight? Is everything... There we go. Sound is on. We're good. Stream is on. Hey, Tectonic! Happy freaking Friday. I'm on vacation now, guys. I am now officially off for the next 2 weeks. You got your low life affix shadows? Let's see. Good morning, Wally. Let's see, how's the arena looking? Let's check out the arena, guys. Cookbook is saying he's gonna surpass my single attempt Beastmaster rank 1. You're thinking of getting the day off and racing to be Warlock first 100? Well, you're gonna have to compete with me. That's gonna be fun though. You should do it. I definitely recommend it. Do it. Although I might take 2 days off. If I were you, I don't know if 1 day is enough to hit 100. I don't know if 1 day is enough to hit 100. If just Wednesday, I don't think you can hit 100. Hey, Hermit Craig. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Cookbook is saying he's going to smash my record here. Let's see. Am I still number 1 Beastmaster? 1 attempt. Single attempt. Number 1, rank 1 Beastmaster. Yeah, here we go. Rank 1 Beast. The next Beastmaster is like 200 lower, man. Thank you, Imperio. I'm very happy today. I'm doing great because I have 2 weeks off. I have no work for the next 2 weeks. Hey, I kind of tried to open your build, but it looks like you haven't saved it, Imperio. Do you want to try clicking that link? Oh, okay, you fixed it. Okay, let me see here. By the way, guys, I was going to tell you, I got a sign from RNGesus the other day. Let me tell you about my encounter with RNGesus. I go at lunchtime to buy some pizza at the local, I don't know, whatever shop. It's like a little place with donaires, burgers, pizzas. So during my work lunch hour, I go and I'm going to get some pizza for me and the wife. And I buy a large pizza and they're like, "Sir, would you like some Red Bull with your pizza?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? I don't want to pay for Red Bull." Do I look like I need Red Bull or something? And they're like, no. You get 3 free Red Bulls with the purchase of a large pizza. We have a promotion right now. I'm like, all right, 3 free Red Bulls. I haven't drunk a Red Bull in like 20 years, but sure. Okay, maybe more like 15 years since the university days when I used to do all-nighters. So now I've got 3 Red Bulls, guys. Tell me that's not a sign from RNGesus. RNGesus wants me to play 24 hours straight. So, I don't know. We'll see next Wednesday. We'll see. 3 Red Bulls. We have what it takes to get rank 1 Warlock, I guess. Anyways. Wait, where's the link here? Everybody's throwing links in here, man. I'm so confused. Okay, I'm going to spend a couple minutes on the builds, all right? Because we got to get going with the Falconer too. I'm so slow with these kind of things. I could spend like 3 hours. Cookbook, you're saying this is you, 417? Not bad, not bad. I hope you beat my record, bro. Go for it. Do it. Get it done. Show us how the Scorpies are done. Okay. Let me switch back to the website here. Is this yours, Cookbook? Sorry, is this yours, Imperio? Is this your build? Did I get the right one? You put on your max low life ward setup and tank tier 4 Jura. Boom. Only taking 4.8. Yeah, man. You're going to be able to definitely do 600-700 tankiness. It's just a matter of do you have enough DPS, which I think you should. All right, okay, let's see. So you've got a build here for us. This is Imperio's build. He's going like all out on the uniques. You can't run this build, bro. You gotta put a unique ring right here. It just doesn't fit. Look at all these set and uniques and this poor little exalt. Oh, this has to be this has to be a unique right here. Throw a red ring in there. I mean, you're already running on Orions. Might as well throw a red ring in there as well. Okay, let's see. So you've got lightning meteor. So you've got lightning meteor. Okay, good. You got the damage there. And you're doing extra meteors. +4. So 5 meteors total. 6 meteors total. 6 meteors total. So it's raining meteors. Woo! The mana cost is going to be scary. Okay, so we've got 6 meteors. And we've got lightning blast spec for single target and a little bit of mana. If you really want lightning blast, wait. Oh, you're just proccing it? Okay, so you're not going to be casting lightning blast. That's why you don't have overcharge. Okay. Okay, so lightning blast is mostly for lightning ages and for a little bit of ward and defensive purposes, it looks like. Teleport. Teleport, you probably want to get cooldown recovery. You don't really need a lot of these other stuff, but definitely want cooldown recovery. I would recommend. Especially this mana efficiency. That's, yeah, definitely that goes into CD. Actually, these ones are worse. I would put like that. Unless you really need fire and lightning. But, you know, whatever. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So you're mainly going to be using teleport and meteor. Why no flame ward, bro? Where's your flame ward? Hey, Kisan. You tried the Wandering Spirits leveling build and it's awesome. Just cast it and keep moving. Now you just need to practice the acts and skips. Nice. Good to hear, man. Good luck. Get that prep going. I'm so done with campaign. I ran it like 100 times over the last 3 weeks. So I'm saving myself until launch. No more campaigns for me. I'm done. I'm done with the campaigns until launch. Lightning Rest mana regen. The Lightning Rest mana regen thing is really weak. You know, you got 190. So it's okay. It's a pretty weak bonus. I guess you're getting 21 mana regen, but it's okay. I wouldn't overinvest. So 190 is actually okay. I just wouldn't invest too much into it. But I see what you're saying. That's why you like the lightning res here. Burst of res from teleport. Yep. You got a little bit of armor. Not bad. You got... okay. Generally, the 1x4s are pretty low value. What are your defensive layers? How are you going to survive? Do you have ward generation? Oh, you're going to struggle, man. You're going to struggle surviving. I guess you have a little bit of mana cost to ward. I would focus on defensive layers. A little bit of damage dealt to mana. Hey, some ferret guy. Have I taken a look to compare Aaron's proc fissure build versus mine? I haven't looked at anybody else's builds, I'll be honest. I try not to look at other people's builds because I don't want to be influenced too much, but yeah, let's see. Wondering if I thought anything since he's actually played the skills. Should we take a look? Do you have a link? Is it a build planner? Do you have a build planner for me? Ward from mana spent. Let's see. How many do you have? Ward on mana spent. Ward on mana spent. I don't think it lists it here, hey? So I think there's one in... Oh no, this is Harbinger. Where's your Wardle mana spent? Oh, sorry. Ferret guy, can you drop it in Discord? No links inside the Twitch one. Just drop it in Discord somewhere. Idols and Rune Master. I don't see anything on Idols. Rune Master passives. You get some ward in here, yeah. Direct spell. Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit of ward. I would very much be concerned about your ward generation. This looks like a paper build to me, like a glass cannon a little bit. So you're going to struggle with survivability here. You have very low HP and very, very weak defensive layers. You can even see the EHP. And granted, EHP doesn't always count the ward towards it, but I would look into that. Okay, let me switch to another build just for the sake of time here. Definitely focus on survivability though. General's cool, bro. We'll check it out in 1 sec here. So this is yours, Teutonic, right? Teutonic, this one's yours. Yeah. You're welcome, bro. So you're saying Spirit Plague, Fissure, Transplant, Veil, Bone Curse. Okay. Transplant, spec into... Oh, you're trying to get a little bit of damage out of it, hey? Veil. So what's the purpose of Veil here? You get marked for death, but you also mark for death yourself. You get extra... Oh, you didn't even get the damage one. I would recommend Scorn. I think Scorn is a good node. Otherwise, I don't... Honestly... This doesn't look like it provides you enough to warrant it. Like, I don't think you're getting anything out of this skill, honestly. It looks very low value to me. Maybe if you go Scorn, that could be decent value. Because it applies to your other damage sources. Bone Curse, you're getting some bleed. Spirit Plague, you're getting some poison. You can get bleed out of Spirit Plague as well. So if you're proccing Bone Curse only for the bleed, I would just drop it and go bleed in here. You're trying to proc all the overlords? I see. I don't think you get enough more multipliers from the overloads. Right here, more damage over time per overload. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 overloads. 1.03 to the power of 4 is not a very high number. So I would not over-invest into overloads just for a 1.03 multiplier. It's just the number is not big enough. If this number was 30%, I would consider it. But 3% is just not worth it. Unless, can ailment overloads stack? How many ailment overloads can you get? Is ailment overload a bonus that is like maximum stacks of 1? A buff with 1 max stack? How does it work? They proc and they last 12 seconds, but can you proc multiple ones? And let's say can you have 5 bleed overloads active? You shouldn't, right? I doubt it. Not stackable. So yeah, so it's definitely not worth it, man. This number needs to be 30% for it to be like, well, maybe not 30, but 15-ish% for it to be worth it. 3% is just way too weak. No, overload is applied to us. We have a question from YouTube. So O is asking, so if your friend buys and installed the game, they can't play with your old account that you have now? Only the new account and make on the starter server with them? Well, they have seasons. They have seasons and they have non-seasons. So as long as both of you are playing on the same server, you're fine. So if you choose both of you to play non-seasons, you're good to go. If you choose both of you to play seasons, you're good to go. So you should be able to play. Thank you for the compliment, though. I do appreciate it. Schnoodles. Thank you as well. Thanks for coming by, guys. Just to say that. Appreciate it. But yeah, we plan on playing duos, or actually, no. We plan on teaming up to get through the campaign and level up. Yeah, definitely. I would not invest into overload stacking. It's just currently this, unless they buff this number. And by the way, I heard that the numbers changed on max roll. Somehow they know some of the patch notes or something. Where do you go for build planner here? LE planner. So if we go Warlock and then we go skills, passives. Did they buff it? Let's see if they buffed it. No, they didn't buff it. It's still 3%. Don't bother. Waste of time, this one, unfortunately. It's too bad because I think it would have been a cool play style. But yeah. Fissure. Okay, so you're getting the good stuff here for Torment. And extra Torment damage, extra damage. Cool. Alright. Okay, I'll close this one down. Let's check out the one that the Ferret set was from Aaron. So Aaron's, okay, laid out, Necro Helm, standard. Health. Okay, 3k health. Let's see, what skills is he running? Oh, he's going for Profane Veil with extra damage. And he's trying to reduce its cooldown over here. By the way, guys, can we just note, guys? Notice how for Warlock, you have Profane Veil, 10-second cooldown. And you have cooldown reduction, 13%, but it has a maximum. Max use is 2. But then you go to Falconer. And Falconer's cooldown reduction stuff, it's like, all right, remaining cooldown reduction after skill use, 15%. Boom, no max. Explosive Trap, 4% cooldown reduction of every skill out there. No cap. No cap whatsoever. Aerial Assault, 10% cooldown reduction. No cap. What is with these no caps on? You can clearly tell that different teams were developing these two builds. These two classes. Clearly there's a little bit of lack of consistency between the two classes and like the at least, yeah, it just seems like one of the classes was uninhibited by restraint, but it's all good. So this one he's using to proc damage. This is on hit damage. So right there, to me, that's a bit sketchy. So right there, he does not have max crit. So right there, these 5 points, they're not good. They're not going to give you much damage. If you want to commit to hit damage, you probably want to be going all in on hit damage. And that means getting max crit. And not worrying about damage over time, like right here. I don't know. I don't think this is going to provide much. This node could be good. But these orbs, not so sure about the orbs. And then Chaos Bolt, I mean, same thing. We're investing in hit damage, but we're not min-maxed around hit damage. We don't have max crit. Necrotic damage is okay. But yeah, we just don't have max crit. If you want to spec into hit damage, you kind of have to max crit. Otherwise, hit damage is just kind of significantly weaker. In terms of passives, let's see. Oh, we're going for the Damned and Ignite procs. Oh, so he's going for Witchfire, hey? Yeah, I mean, Witchfire could be interesting. But again, if you're trying to do too many different things at the same time, if you're trying to min-max... oh, Yari! Thank you for the tier 1 sub, bro. Thank you so much. Welcome, and irashaimase. I hope you like the season start build planner. But what I was saying here is, I think this build is trying to do too many disparate things at the same time. If you want to make a good build, you want to focus on one kind of type of damage, let's say damage over time, or crit damage, but you don't want to be trying to do damage over time and hit damage at the same time within one build. So to me, this is gonna struggle. Not gonna struggle per se. It might get carried in monos by Chthonic Fissure, but overall, there's just a lack of synergy in the build. These points are not needed. These points are not really needed. The only way I can justify these three is that you kind of have a lot of leftover points for Chaos Bolts. So it's actually okay, because you have 3 leftover points and there's nothing better you can get. So these are not that bad. Profane Veil, I don't know, unless these are 5 extra points that we have no better use for, maybe it's all right. But just in general, I don't try to spec into too many different things at the same time. Yeah, I don't think health is going to be as tanky. Nowhere near. So yeah, anyways, I don't want to bash on builds too much. I could very well be wrong, and everything I say could be wrong, but I think those are my thoughts, basically. Okay. No, you're welcome, bro. Thanks for bringing it up. It's always cool to see kind of what other people are thinking at and stuff like that. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Niche. I don't know if you're on the stream, Niche, but I kind of agree. Seeing these tier lists get developed and even put out before the release of the game, I think that should be against terms of service or against content creator stuff. Like, they should not be releasing tier lists before the game launches. That ruins the gaming experience and it ruins the exploration of everybody else. Luckily though, guys, the max roll folks are not that accurate with their tier lists. They get a lot of stuff wrong. So it's not all hopeless. It's just, I think I learned a lot from Diablo 4. There was that one guy, Rob, literally like 2 days before Diablo 4 launched, he leaked the most powerful build in the game. He's just like, all right, this is how you get to level 100 the fastest. This is exactly the items you want. This is exactly the skill setup you want. And that's all. Why would I bother playing your game if I know the most powerful build in the game before the game launches? That's a waste of my time. I don't enjoy copying somebody else's build. I want to explore. I want to try things out. You know what I mean? I don't appreciate this kind of leaks where the entire patch and these community testers that are supposed to be under NDA leak everything like that. So I lose a lot of respect with Maxrow every time they do this, because clearly they're just trying to fish for views and they're borderline breaking their NDA. No, man, Rob got a ton of views on that, and pretty much everybody that was going hard on everybody that was grinding hard day one, they saw that video and they knew. And I can tell you for a fact, 100% of barbarians that were like top 10% levels were running Whirlwind day one. Like every single barb was running Whirlwind. Ad block on Maxrow. That's a good point. Yeah, I try not to visit the website. just because I don't agree with some of their practices. Also, I think of them as like soulless corporate stuff. You know what I mean? Like it becomes a corporation. Games and content creation. Now you have teams of 5 to 10 people all just grouping together and creating content in unison. And it's just, I don't know. It's become a little soulless for me. It used to be, some dudes like Rax just creating content on the side. But anyways, that's my super biased opinion. There goes my rant. Don't quote me. Do you think the Ghost Flame tank is good enough for a hardcore character? It sounds like they're still tinkering with some of the numbers behind the game, so it's hard to tell right now. I think so, though, Nate. I do believe it's going to be quite tanky. I think this is going to be one of the tankiest builds. We'll see whether anything gets changed before 1.0, but so far it looks really good to me. You think it's EHG's responsibility? Exactly. Exactly. Are you going to really go after Maxrow, given that they funnel so much eyeballs into your game, right? So unfortunately, it's a win-win for both sides, but it's a lose. It's a big L for the player base. I strongly believe it's a big L for the player base. Somebody coming out and saying, "Hey, this is how every single build in the game ranks out before the game's even out, before everybody's even seen the patch notes." How can you release that? That is a travesty. To me, that is a massive travesty. So anyway, very much against that because it spoils the entire game. You know how they have no spoilers? Can we implement no spoilers in our games, please? So I try not to look at their lists. I try not to look at their stuff because they have this. And also, by the way, it's the fact that they have community tester privilege. So I'm very much on board with Niche. Here, I'll reply to him. Well, it's community test patch though. Yeah, it's community test. It's not the current patch. It's community test patch Red Frost. They're actually including all of the new builds. They have the new builds listed in there. You can't rank the new builds without playing community test and getting community test information. It's definitely a spoiler, guys. Anyways, let's stop talking about that. I don't wanna go down rabbit holes too much. But I am excited for the game's release. Bottom line for me is I'm super hyped for game's release. Like Ferret Guy is saying, tons of eyes on the game. Everybody's watching. Did you guys see today? They've got the guy from Stranger Things. Let me pull this up. Where's that announcement? They've got David Harbour. David Harbour from from Stranger Things. That's such a good fit too. Instagram. I don't want to go on Instagram. I don't want to go on Facebook either. Damn, what are these links? Why can't we have it on the forum? Anyways. So they've got David Harbour. And I think he's creating a unique item with them. Is Discord down? Discord should be up. No, Discord's up, bro. Oh, not the technical trailer. Is the technical trailer, does it include David Harbour in there? Oh, I should probably turn off the music. Sometimes they hit you copyright stuff because of the music. So I hope YouTube doesn't get angry with me. I don't think this one, does it have David Harbour? No mention of David Harbour. But anyways, you think I'll be okay on YouTube? Anyways, I guess, but I don't want to test it. YouTube has been very picky with me. I've watched trailers. The trailer for Titan Quest 2, actually. I made a YouTube video about the Titan Quest 2 trailer, and it got demonetized. And I mean, not many people saw it, so I didn't really care, but it's like, really? I'm trying to promote your game, Titan Quest, and YouTube's banning me? Can we ease up on the bans? Not bans, but you know what I mean. Copyright nonsense. It's annoying sometimes. But yeah, David Harbour is going to create, you said, a helmet? How sweet is that? I was telling my wife earlier. I was like, hey, David Harbour is doing some sort of collaboration with ESG, with Last Epoch. And I was telling her, hey, maybe he's looked at my build guides. Oh, he's Acolyte? He plays Acolyte? Oh, man, maybe he has looked at my build guides. David Harbour, if you're listening, I love you, bro. Anyways, I thought that was cool. He loves Acolyte. Oh, that's good stuff. A Necro Enjoyer. He definitely has looked at my Bongo and build guide. Surely, right, guys? Please, David Harbour. Give us a confirmation. That would be pretty sweet. It kind of sounds like he's a gamer, guys. Anyways. So yeah, I'm super hyped for 1.0. And like I was telling you guys, I got 3 Red Bulls for free somehow this week. So RNGesus is sending me signals. He played D4. Wow. That's nice. That's pretty cool. So next week we might be pulling some heavy game time. He was a WoW player too. Wow, nice. That's awesome. Finally, it's okay to be a gaming nerd. It used to be such a closeted thing. Nobody would talk about, oh, I play games all night long. But nowadays it's cool. Nowadays it's all right. Nice, Tectonic. Hey, we're gonna blast. I'm definitely gonna try and see if first to 100 is feasible. We're gonna be a party of potentially 3. Although, if multiplayer is not fixed, obviously we're gonna have to adapt and go down to solo. No, it's gonna be softcore. We're gonna run softcore. Dogmar. I'm too easily distracted when I stream to be playing hardcore solo self-found. We're gonna race, yes. Everybody, we're racing next week, next Wednesday. See who gets first to 100. Yes. It's gonna be a good, healthy competition. I'm super hyped. It's like 5 days to go? Something like that. Oh my god, it's just around the corner. Yeah. And we're gonna do patch note review on Monday. Healthy race. Well, I'm trying to do the math, and I'm wondering how long is it gonna take. If it's more than 30 hours, I don't think I'm gonna do it in one sitting. I think Wednesday it should be around. Well, I'm on Mountain Time. So I think it's around 11 a.m. Mountain Time. I don't know. I don't quote me. I don't look these kinds of things up until it's like the day before. Okay, so here it is. Server. No, this is server downtown. Let me find it. Last Epoch launches 11 a.m. CST. CST. What's CST? CST time. Okay, so it's 10 a.m. my time, I think. It's 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So it's 11 a.m. Central Time. So it's evening for the Euros, but morning for us NAs. Hard to race with the queue. That's true. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through the queue or in front of the queue. Lucky Latte. I would suspect, groups is faster than solo. It just depends how much lag there is. Currently, in the current state of the game, before patch 1.0, groups is unplayable. Groups is way too laggy. Your buddies disconnect all the time. It's just not playable, period. There appears to be a login bug when you activate double authenticator with Google Authority. Okay. Hope they fix that. No chance we are able to log in after downloading. Guess we'll wait and see and decide how we want to race it. If a Rune Master isn't nerfed, you will pivot off Warlock and play it again. Yeah, Rune Master is in a good place. Like, it's totally crazy OP right now. I suspect they're gonna nerf it, but we'll see. I mean, they have to do something with 60 pages worth of nerf notes, right? 60 pages of nerfs or 60 pages of patch notes. 30-second screen loads. Yeah. Yeah, that somebody was saying 60. Okay, 16. That's different, I guess. I don't know. I heard 60. I don't really know myself, so I just wait and see the patch. I just chill. Void Knight start, hey? Brave. PoE Enjoyer, nice. I think VK, it's going to be fun. Hopefully they do have some changes for VK because it hasn't been touched in quite a while. So we'll see. But anyways, how's everybody else doing tonight? Are we ready? Are we ready for 1.0? What do you guys think? We're going to crush it? We're going to crush 1.0? Who's racing day one? Who's taking time off work to race day one? Already got many nerfs today? You never know. Half of them just to nerf Falconer. You're retired, so you'll be doing all day long. Oh, I'm so jelly. Nice. They locked the code already. I guess they gotta ship it. What was nerfed on Falcon? Okay, so let's check the Falcon nerfs today. That's a good segue. That's a good segue into revisiting our Falconer build that we were looking at the other day. So, first things first, if we go Falconer, I think this passive right here. Yeah, there you go. 3-point bonus. You no longer get mana recovery. So what does that mean for us? That means we're going to take those 3 points out. There we go. Boom, done. It does give increased area for minion skills though, but 25%, I don't know if it's enough. What do I think about Flame Wraiths? Still a great build? Oh yeah, Flame Wraiths is great. Jinebu. Yeah, so welcome by the way to the channel. Flame Wraiths is definitely top tier. It's definitely an S tier build. Thorn Totem is a really strong build too. S tier as well, I would say. But Thorn Totem struggles with bosses. Thorn Totem is great for mono clear. You're just going to have a few problems with like boss clear. Whereas Flame Wraith is going to have an easier time versus bosses and maybe a little bit slower on mono clear. Yeah, exactly. Wugbaka. Chewie's got it right. Lucky Latte. I don't think there's going to be an official race ladder yet. That's what I've heard, which is sad. I really wanted it to be to play on an official ladder, but we'll have to wait for it. It also means without tier 7s, it's 15 mana per cast. I think we just have to drop some of those mana nodes. So, yeah, we could drop one of these. Because these three are like free. These three are free. We definitely want to keep those. But we can drop one of the clustered explosives. So now we're looking at 10 plus 7. And let's say we run tier 7 mana cost ones, which I think is a good idea because that throwing attack damage gets converted to melee damage anyways. Letter for arena only. Yeah, arena is like the worst, I think, mechanic in the game for me, so I don't really care about arena ladder. Yeah, this is basically falconry focused. The main DPS source is going to be falconry with falcon strikes, and dive bomb is going to be a secondary damage source. So that's kind of the main idea here. I think we definitely want to max this rushing winds though. So legacy or fresh start. I think it's just too exciting to try the season start, especially if we're racing to 100, guys. You have to play season. It doesn't count if you're off season, right? So you're saying the node is +8 now and the other node is +11. Oh. So you're saying... Can I not go in there, please? Okay. I'll get my points in. Sure. Falconer, let's go. Let's just drop a bunch of points here and there. I'm just trying to use up the points really here. Just to unlock all the skills, and then we can look at them, because I don't know, this website works funny. All right, so we go skills, we check out this one. So you're saying, how do I, oh geez, okay. So you're saying this is +8. Oh, but the main skills cost is 8, dude. Which one is +11? Which one are you saying is +11 here? What is +11? Oh, this one. Oh, okay. But the main skill is only 8 points. 8 mana cost. Instead of 10. Main is -2, one is +1, other is +4, overall +3. Well, I think we drop clustered explosives. Yeah, so I think we drop clustered explosives. Right? What do you think? I don't think it's sustainable otherwise. It's just too costly for it. Even right now, you might need to drop this one. You might need to drop that one. Yeah, I think we drop both points. And so now we're running 3 times 2 per cast. Total cost is 8 + 11, 19. -7, -7 if we run 2 rings. So even then, it's a 5 mana cost on cast. That's still high. I'm not sure we'll be able to sustain. I'm not sure. We got extra points to work with though. 3 extra passives. 3 extra passives for free. We could probably get extra throwing attacks. People can get decks. But certainly I think this has to change. What do we think? Yeah, I think we switch to throwing attacks here. So what do we get out of dex stacking? I guess the mana nodes help. Let me check the mana nodes again. So if we are at 5, minus 40% of 5, okay. So that's down to 3, and then divided by 1.3. Yeah, so we're down to 2 mana per cast. It's 2 mana per cast, right? Because I think, yeah, that's how it should work. I think 40% is after. I would go 19 minus 70, sorry, minus 14. If we go tier 7s, oh wait, tier 7s is 5 only. Why am I thinking 7? Yeah, tier 7s only decreases mana cost by 5. So 19 minus 10, oof. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so 4, yeah, you kind of have to do that. I think the 40% applies after. So I think Tomaka should be correct. For some reason, I thought the tier 7 reduces your mana cost by 7. But yeah, no, clearly that's wrong. It reduces your mana cost by 5. So we have to drop this. We have to drop the seal. We go throwing. And we go tier 7. And we go, I don't know, we can seal whatever we want. And we got to drop the decks here as well. Oops. Drop the decks, go. Throwing. Something like that. So 4 mana cost per cast. That is very steep. And I think this point should be worth it. We have 3 traps and we're multiplying them, right? This is basically 0.7 of 3. So you definitely gain more of this point, even though it's 11 mana than these ones, I believe. Thank you for the sub, Mania. Thank you. Welcome. Irashaimase. Yeah. Can we get enough mana out of this? I don't think so. Yeah, this does look impossible to sustain the mana. Do we have any mana solutions? The changes create a mana issue, but you don't really want to fix it until we get new uniques, items, affixes, patch notes. You know what? You're probably right. I don't think this is easily fixable given the current state of things. Off the top of my head, what would be a good option? I'm not sure. You didn't take any of the flat mana increase nodes and then just use the rings to reduce it to free and use rogue to generate mana in base rogue tree. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a viable option because then this would give you mana and health. It's a viable option. Not a bad option, honestly. I kind of dig it. And then you still get the 30% chance for a double up. And that's not bad. 30% chance for a double up is not bad at all. Especially talking about 3 different traps. So 3 times 0.3. So it's a 0.9 of a trap. Not bad. Yeah, 3 point. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can get 10 anymore. I think 10 is out of our reach potentially. Unless there's some... Honestly, I don't think you should be allowed to get 10 traps per cast. You know what I mean? Like, that's just too crazy. That is too crazy. What do you guys think? I mean, I think this is the right nerf. I just feel bad for marksmen. Because now they need to figure out their mana sustain given this impact trigger. But I'm sure they'll be fine. Anyway, this was too OP. Like, this skill was too crazy. Did Dive Bomb get any nerfs? Oh, sorry. And you're saying that this bottom right got nerfed? So now it is Elemental and Fizz Pen. Again, unlimited. Again, 3 seconds. Interesting. Interesting. Fizz Pen. So we do get the Fizz Pen. Yeah, it's not really... It's just a very minor nerf. What it does mean, though, is it means you don't care about getting Fizz Res Shred. So Fizz Res Shred is now actually useless. So we can actually drop it. We can drop it from this build guide, right? From the Blessing. So this Cold Res Shred, absolutely useless. It got buffed because Falconer got buffed and you got more CDR per trap hit. Which one? United Assault. United Assault. Which one is United Assault? Can you tell me which one is United Assault? In Bomber? %7 remaining. What? Dude, why would they buff this? What are they thinking, dude? Why would they buff, man? Like, I bring up the point I raised earlier. With with Warlock, this is like you get capped two reductions cap. You know what I mean? And here you get extra cooldown, 21% on a skill that is very spammable. Crazy. Your Falcon's added damage applies at 850 effectiveness. Whoa, 850 effectiveness. CTs must be saying it's 2 weeks. Yeah. Those CTs, man. They put it on the top of their tier list and they go to EHG. They're like, oh, it's kind of weak. Don't look at our website, though. It's just kind of weak, though. 5 traps. Synchronized strike, bomb, repeat. Maybe, yeah. Falconer got... What do you mean Falconer got buffs? How can Falconer get buffed? Falconer was already crazy. Oh, this is buffed. This used to be +1 per point. Now it's extra attack speed as well. Pretty sure. Yeah. So this got buffed. Oh, wait a second. Oh, this is... Okay, this is the same. That's the same. Oh, this got buffed, but this is kind of... I don't think this is very good. So that's fine. Yeah, I don't think that's very good. Max buff stacks. Yeah, this is the same. So you're saying bottom left? Oh, that got buffed from 4 to 5. Hey. Agile Prey. Tripled against moving targets. Okay. Yeah. That is definitely a buff. Interesting. Interesting. What else? What else are they doing here? 75, 75. 25 still. These are the same. These are the same. Okay. So that's it. That's pretty big buffs indeed. I'm confused why, but we get attack speed and passive Raptor's Wings. Raptor's Wings. Oh, I was wondering. I was looking at that and I was like, attack speed? That seems pretty good. I don't remember picking up that passive though. Yeah, okay, that makes sense because it was bad before. Okay, so basically every single passive in this skill tree is actually pretty good. actually decent. All of your block chances convert to glancing block chance. Okay. Little buffs and nerfs. What was nerfed? Still trying to find more, more nerfs. I'm not seeing too many. Some people, I think, were saying that Caltrops got gutted or heavily nerfed. I think Caltrops. Mostly mana stuff got nerfed. Yeah, that's good. These are all the same. They removed the 32% faster in assault. Let me find it here. Assault. 32% faster? Which one? A node got deleted? Let me check that out. Oh, that sounds hilarious. What is the difference here? Oh, the travel speed. Hey, okay. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. All of these other skills look the same. Shadow daggers. I heard shadow daggers got a little bit nerfed on damage. Weezy was saying today that he heard it on like the stream. 24% less. Yeah. You watched that as well. Yeah, Zen, they've updated the skill trees based on some recent patches or something. Yeah, so we're checking some of these implications. These caltrops, Falcon bleed chance per 4x with buff. Not final. Yeah, that's right. We cannot assume anything is final. Maybe after the patch notes, that should be a good indication. Feather Storm. This is a very likely final. Interesting. You know what? I'm actually very curious on Warlock. So what are the big changes on Warlock? Does anybody know? Where's the planner? Okay. So if we go Warlock, the channel cost increase is lower. One sec, let me pull up my build planner. There we go. So you're telling me Ghost Flame this 50, the Spirit of Dread? Interesting. Interesting. Is this still 70? Let's check. I guess I need to build this out. Come on. Warlock, here we go. Okay, good enough. Skills. Boom. Ghost Flame. Fissure. Chaos Bolt. Soul Feast. A Profane Veil. Let's check all of them. Chthonic Fissure. Oh, I guess we haven't specialized them. I thought I did. Oh, this puts them on your skill bar. Jeez, okay. All right, so Chthonic Fissure. Shift left click. That's good to know. Thank you. Mike said they locked the code last Friday? Wow. Okay, so this stuff. Let's see. The important ones is this one. This one's untouched. This one's untouched. This is good. These are untouched. This is untouched. Okay. So this mostly looks identical. That got nerfed. This was spell damage plus 5. This got reduced to spell damage plus 3. Do you see that, guys? This got nerfed. I was considering playing around with this node at a later point in time, but it does appear to have been hit a little bit. Just a wee bit. From 5 to 3, that's a big nerf. That's kind of unfortunate. Hey, this is gone. Oh no, it's still there. Never mind. I'm blind. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, let me make this a little bigger. This is so tiny, dude. Come on. All right. Can you guys see it? Cookies for the birdie? Yeah, I know, right? Billions of DPS sounds very, very juicy and inviting. But I can't do it. I can't betray the Acolyte class. Acolyte class has been treating me well. I mean, I'll play Falconer one day, surely. All right, so a lot of these look fairly unchanged, so bonus crit chance per 10 increased damage, poison damage. Okay, so this looks fine. How about Ghost Flame? You said this is higher. This is 14 still. This, I think that was higher before. Yeah, this is down from 50 to 30, guys. This is down to plus 30%. Not sure you want to get hit with Torment with our DPS values boosting it. Well, I mean, if you're getting hit with Torment, then the enemies are not getting hit by Torment. So it's a totally different build. It's not going to be the same kind of build. And also, I don't think the damage is going to scale with your DPS, but I don't know how it's going to work. Yeah, there are some nerfs here and there, but there are some buffs. Falconer got a few nerfs here and there, especially on the mana sustain. We're looking through Warlock and seeing what got changed. It looks like it's fairly... I cannot believe this is still the same. Wraith form is still the same, guys. Trap plus detonating arrow. Falconer. I mean, it looks like things are going to change significantly because of these mana issues. I think a lot of marksmen are going to run into mana problems now. Builds with billions of DPS. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it sounds legit. See, nodes like this are weird to me. I don't know why you would want the area to be larger. Why can't we have more damage? Weird. Weird. Wait. Hey, this got nerfed. Current health drain went from 1%. So 1, 12, 6, 30. Now it's 2, 20, 10, and 30. So it's a stack every 0.5 seconds. Each stack of Spirit Kindling lasts 5 seconds, drains health per second, and grants increased movement speed and melee attack speed. So you can stack this 10 times. Max 10 stacks. 200% move speed? 200% move speed, dude? Why is it only on Wraith, Spectres, and Revenants, though? Which ones are the Spectres again? What do you mean Spectres? Like Blood Spectres? What about Skeleton Mages? Does this not apply to Skeleton Mages? Because melee Wraiths are kind of sucky. Revenants are sucky. I don't even know what Spectres are. It's the sacrifice, the red Spectres. I mean, those maybe could be decent here. Yeah, so this is interesting though. They buffed it. They buffed the bonus, but they also nerfed. The health drain is worse now. Very interesting. So definitely some changes here and there. Lingering warmth is the same. These are the same. Ignite and damn duration. So these nodes with duration stuff can be interesting if there's something to like proc it instantly or to expedite the DPS. Hey Tomaga, thanks again for coming by and just highlighting some of the nerfs, some of the buffs. Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely helpful, bro. Yeah. See ya Monday. Patch notes Monday. Take it easy. I don't really care about these screeches here. Five points. Interesting. Ignite and damn duration, though. You can easily get 100 int. So that's like 3 times the duration. Maybe. So there could be some interesting builds with Ghost Flame other than how we've spec'd, but it looks like it's mostly untouched. Now Soul Feast, it's not very exciting. The skill itself, I hope they change it up a little bit more, but it doesn't look like they're doing much with it. Hit damage per curse, it's not that easy to stack more than say 5 curses. So this is not crazy. The biggest change is Teutonic. Are you asking Warlock? Are you asking Warlock or Falconer? Yeah, apparently Maxtraw have insider info or something got leaked and they know these values ahead of time. So for Warlock, what are the main changes here? This looks untouched. Chthonic Fissure seems untouched to me. I think the main changes are, in fact, buffs to Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame is cheaper now. So 60% to 50% channel cost. So it's cheaper Ghost Flame. That's one. So this is 15 and 20. What was it before? 15 and 20. Okay, so that's the same. But yeah, basically Ghost Flame got a little bit buffed. This got nerfed. This right here, guys. Yeah, the Ghost Flame Nova is cheaper as well. We're not going to use it in the build that I was talking about, but it is definitely a lot more accessible. Oh, we got a question from YouTube as well. Question about loot drops. You notice that the item name has dots in front or behind the name. Oh. You know what? I think that has to do with number of affixes, number of prefixes, number of suffixes. I think every dot in front is a prefix and every dot in the back is a suffix. Yeah, so this one right here, Max Rib Bloods, is down to 2 from 3. It used to be 3, so. Harvest is still 3 max though. So what does this mean for us? It means we're losing a little bit of ward generation. Yeah, some ward generation is gone because of this nerf. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. So we lose some ward generation. Is that a big deal? I think it's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal, I don't think. Do we need Rip Blood for any other purposes? Rip Blood. We're not direct casting it through that. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We lose a little bit of DPS. We lose a little bit of ward gen. That's all. I don't think it's paid. I think you're trolling. Trollolololololo. Self-cast on bosses indeed. So the ward gen on bosses is untouched. That's good news. Mainly for the plus spell damage. Let's check these mana cost. Okay, still 5. 30. 50, 35. That's same. I think this is the same. I think a lot of these are the same. Yeah, this is the same. These are fine. Yeah. I don't see very many changes. This node is so interesting though. Blood Teeth. You lose 20% of the mana cost per point, but you pay so much. 9% health consumption, 3% ward consumption. That seems crazy steep to me. Perhaps the only way to make it worthwhile, but even then, I don't think it's good enough. Perhaps... No, I don't know. I just don't think this is good. I don't think this node is good, unfortunately. Skill duration extension. Does not stack, okay. If only it stacked. Okay, so there's nothing crazy in here. Yeah, if it didn't have the ward, low life would be phenomenal. I mean, technically we do, but I mean, for this particular build that we're playing, this is not a big deal. Like we don't need the mana cost reduction. The mana cost, although it is 10. Well, it's 10, but you get a bunch of it back. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. In the build that we're running. It's a different build where if you want to if you want to spec into Chthonic Aurora, that's plus 20 mana, that's 30 mana cost total. Reducing it by 60%, that seems legit to me. That's from 30 to 12. Yeah, exactly. So it's only when you add Proj. Because in our build, we don't need to add Proj. Okay, let's see Profane Veil. Did this get buffed anywhere? Does anybody know? Profane Veil. Cooldown. What's the cooldown? Still 10 seconds. Actually, what are the percent more effectiveness? 200. 40% less movement speed while channeling. Those sound like the same to me. Cleanse, mana cost reduction. These are... So this was an interesting node. I think it looks like it's untouched. 115. 1 and 15. Yeah. Yeah, so this one is untouched. What else? Secondary area. That could be really neat. So if you create 2 areas and each one of them is spamming these profane orbs, I think that could be interesting. Bunkers on your entry and exit. Bunkers at target location with forked tongue. Yeah, that makes sense. Profane Veil deals more damage per 10% global chance, bleed chance on hit. So that could scale even these little profane orbs. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of these profane orbs. I would like to build that one day. What skill did they nerf? They mainly nerfed Falconer, it looks like. Falconer got hit here and there. But mainly, it's the mana generation from Explosive Trap. Explosive Trap got nerfed quite a bit. The biggest one is the passive. This passive right here, up here. They did buff him some, but this nerf was massive. This mana generation was absolutely huge. It kind of looked like before you could manage your mana no problem, but now mana management will be a major problem potentially. But Warlock, I don't know. Warlock so far, I haven't seen too many big nerfs. So if we have 500 necrotic res, this is going to generate 100 ward. Not a big deal. Not enough. Interesting node right here. It's just hard to make it good. This looks untouched. Yeah, a lot of these are untouched. Oh, you get to cast Inferno Shade for free. Interesting. You can get 200% increased move speed? What? If you have 1,000 ignite chance? Reduced duration. So how much? What's the cap on the reduced duration? This one is a weird one. Anyways, okay. So it kind of looks like I'm not seeing too many changes on the skills. Let's quickly check passives. Rip blood. I wonder if any of these overloads are getting changed in any way. What you've seen people say is the duration is 2% less duration per 20% ignite chance, and the node is typed wrong. Is there a cap on it? This 2% less duration? Is that capped at all? Or is that uncapped? And so if you have 1,000% ignite, you basically have zero duration. They have to cap it, you'd think. I don't know. Although 200% extra move speed sounds sweet. 200 move speed. So a lot of these are unchanged. By the way, never mind, actually, mana is not going to be a big problem. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how the mana situation is with the build. We shall see. Maximum of 90 ailments. So this is interesting too. This could be a good node for 3 points. Ghazi's Warlock setup? No, I have not seen it. I try not to look at other people's setups too much. I also just don't really have the time these days, honestly. I'm just so focused on prepping for the patch and prepping for everything. But, I don't know. Is it legit? Do you want us to rate it? Should we rate Ghazi's Warlock setup, guys? Grim. Nerfed. It got nerfed. Two and 6 down to 1 and 3. Ah. The mana feast? Well, we're going to be actively directly casting Rip Blood against bosses. And also it's like it's a backup plan. If mana cost ends up being too prohibitive, we just stop and cast Rip Blood. And it's going to recover our mana really, really quickly. So it's kind of like a backup plan. I'm not sure what the mana cost situation is going to look like. Especially now that we know that this chest idea of mana gained when you use Harvest. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work on the Harvest procs. So we need a different solution for mana issues. You guys want to check out Ghazi's setup? Let's check out Ghazi's setup. Mark for Death. This is not a bad option for Mark for Death. Actually, let's check the skills first. So he's going health stacking first of all. The ward retention here is not really worth it. In most cases. The value is just too low. I used to like this ward retention, but really just the number is just too low. It's not worth. He's already running 760, so you really don't need these 20s. Not worth. So what is he going for? He's going an extra curse. He's going for a lot of Chaos Bolt procs and Necrotic Res Shreds. So clearly he's planning to use this as a utility skill. So it's just a... What is his Ignite chance? Very low. So yeah, this is a utility skill. Just to proc Chaos Bolts. So this is his Chaos Bolt setup. Is he going crits? It kind of looks like he might be going crits. Yeah, he's going crits. So 50% crit chance. Oh no, he's going crit chance on the idols, guys. Yeah, you don't want to go crit chance on the idols. Unspec Bonkers and get the gloves. I mean, it's not a bad option. But I don't know. What else are we going to get? Sorry, one sec. Let's just finish the build here. And then we'll go back. Hey, Noah, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it's crit chance. It's not spell crit. It's not very high. You want to get spell crit. So like right here, increased necrotic damage is a mistake. He should be getting increased spell crit. If you want to run a crit build, get it maxed out. I suppose maybe he thinks that this is going to max it. Let me read this. Whenever you cast Chaos Ball, you get a stack of blah, blah, blah. Each stack reduces the target area and improves Chaos Ball's base crit chance. So he's assuming he's going to have 8% crit chance. I think this is a really bad node, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I worry about this node is when they say minus 6% area. Yeah, 100% is max crit. When they say target area minus 6%, to me that's super scary. Because I don't know if that's going to be less area. But either way, at 8 stacks, that's 48%. You're going to struggle hitting a single target with all of your Chaos Bolts. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this area reduction. He's got a little bit of extra area increase here, so that's nice, but this, I mean, it already shotguns. You don't need this one to shotgun. This would make it less likely. Yeah, you want more area to shotgun indeed. This would make it less likely to shotgun. Yeah, I suppose at 8%. But anyways, you don't want to be using. So if this was any one of your guys' build, I'm not looking to flame Ghazi's build here. I'm just trying to point out things that could improve if this was your build. Crit chance in the idols is not great. It's okay if you really, really need extra crit. But given that we've got necrotic damage in the prefix on the amulet, that necrotic damage is much better suited as a crit chance, spell crit chance rather. So you want to switch necrotic damage to spell crit, maybe even go tier 7 spell crit. Spell crit scales really nicely. Crit multi is okay, but I would be tempted to go spell crit, and quite frankly I would be tempted to spec out of this node. I get that a little bit of extra crit chance is nice, but I'm not a fan of that node just because of their area reduction. Acid skin is nice. Yeah, that's fair enough. 20% extra crit causes them to take poison and a chance to be critically struck. So basically that means we only need 80% crit chance. Still, we can trade all of these into crit chance in the amulet. Not to mention that he's stacking 140 int. 70% necrotic damage is additive on top of your intelligence bonus damage multiplier or increased damage bonus coming from int. stacks additively with increased necrotic damage here. So it's very much diminished returns to scale. So you really don't want this tier 5 necrotic damage is what I'm trying to say. No, I know what, yeah, shotgun is, I think you're correctly using it. It's just with that node, you're less likely to shotgun. Oh, you think it's less spread? Each stack reduces the target area. Oh, okay. That's actually a fair point. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. Now that I see how you read it, I think you're probably right. That changes the node completely. Yeah, that changes the node completely. That makes it much more viable. Yeah, so I was reading it wrong. I was reading it as if it's going to reduce your area. But I think you're totally right. I think now that I read it again, that makes a lot more sense. Reduce, because why would it reduce your area? That's such a nasty nerf to your build. The fork? No, so the explosions occur in a radius randomly within this radius. They're going to go somewhere. This reduces the radius in which the explosions can happen. Yeah, exactly. The fork. Yeah. I see what you're saying. The fork. That's right. So 4 times. So yeah, 8 times 6. That's huge. That's really big, actually. That would make shotgunning a lot easier, indeed. And so he's getting this node, by the way, is amazing. Exalt in Misery. Where's our little spreadsheet? I'll show you how good it is. One sec. Let's go dark mode on this thing. There we go. Okay, so that node 1.12 to the power 4. 4.4 to the power 4. So 1.6. So it's a 60% more damage for 3 points. So it's basically a 20% more damage per point because they stack multiplicatively. If you can hit all 4 conditions, and actually Frostbite is tough. Does he have a source of Frostbite? He's got Ignite. Probably has like bleed somewhere. Here's your bleed. I'm sure there's a source of damp. So it doesn't look like he has Frostbite. Oh, he's got Blessing Frostbite. Okay. Yeah, okay. So 12% multi. So I'm not sure it's worth it to sacrifice your Blessing for 12% more damage. Maybe. I don't know. It's a tough call, actually. 12% is very marginal. It's not a huge number, but anyways, I mean, the build's all right so far. I guess the one issue I would have is, okay, you got 4 bolts per cast. But the problem is you don't have enough more multipliers. So I'm not very excited about this build in particular. Just because of the lack of more multis. This one is okay. So this is 1.8 to the power of 2. Yeah, this one's not bad. In fact, you know, it's not a bad idea to invest in this more. Overall, though, so he's got this. So I don't know, why is he running Mark for Death here if he already has Mark for Death? I guess he has some armor shred. But you know what? One sec. Let me just finish with this build and then I'll go back to the other one. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Overall, it's all right. I just don't think it's gonna dish out much damage. I don't think Casbolt is very strong, particularly, just because it doesn't have very many damage multipliers. The big more damage multiplier is right here, and that means that you pretty much should be running Dot, perhaps. Yeah, I think it's probably better for Dot. I could be wrong though. Yeah, if you go bleed, physical damage over the... I wonder why this is physical damage behind the cold conversion. Why is the physical damage over time behind the cold conversion? That is so weird. Did that get changed in here? That is so strange. No, it's still physical damage over time per 4% cold res. Behind your cold conversion. Still though, I do believe Bleed Chaos Bolt is probably your best bet if you want to deal damage with Chaos Bolts. Yeah, I think somebody on YouTube mentioned the crit. Yeah, the crit from Acid Skin or whatever. But anyways, he definitely has max crit. He guaranteed has max crit. I don't think he needs these idle crits. He can convert those to percent health and get a little bit tankier. But yeah, I just don't see much damage coming out of Chaos Bolt as a crit Chaos Bolt. Maybe I'm wrong. We proc it with this node. So we do proc it. So we do have a lot of different sources of Chaos Bolt. So maybe that adds up. I just feel like Bleed Chaos Bolt is probably your best bet. The only issue with the Bleed Chaos Bolt setup... Oh, I see what you have to do. Is you have to convert... Yeah, you have to convert into cold and bleed. Yeah, because here you can get your dam to bleed. Anyway, the only way I would run Chaos Bolts is bleed Chaos Bolts. That is definitely the highest DPS you can get out of Chaos Bolts. Hit crits Chaos Bolts is not going to be too phenomenal, is my intuition. I could be wrong though. I've been wrong many times in the past. So I reserve the right to be wrong. Anyways, the gloves are a good idea though. Let's check out what we were planning over here. Let's say we explore the idea of these gloves. They are a little bit high, I think, on the effective. Oh no, they're pretty low. They're high on the rarity. Rarity is pretty nasty. An idea to fix mana? Let's check it out. I'm not sure that mana needs much fixing, Wally, honestly. Actually, given the thing that we learned about the chest affix, a little bit of extra mana won't hurt, but let's check it out. So you had an idea to fix mana. So you're throwing the Mortality Grasp. You are adding extra mana max. Ravenclaw, I was just considering speccing out of Bunkers, just checking out what alternatives we have. I think the chest affix, we got a confirmation from the devs that it won't work. So the chest affix, I kind of knew already that it's an unknown. Actually, no. I think what they said is that it works, but they're going to change it so it doesn't work. So we had the right idea, but it sounds like they're going to remove it from working. The mana gain on harvest, yeah. Drop rates on 1.0? Dogmar, do you mean... Because from what I heard is drop rates are going to slightly go down, but once you get your faction, once you max out COF faction, your drop rates are going to be higher than currently. if you're playing COF and you're maxed out. So the nerf is kind of relative. Basically, within a day, the nerf is going to be gone, and you're going to be in like extra item territory. Today we discovered puncture bleed stack nodes don't work if you proc them from net traps either. Ouch. Ouch. So what are you saying for mana, Wally? Mana gain on spirits. So this is expected value of 1.8 mana per spirit, right? Oh, you want to channel it? Channeling cost is what? Is channeling cost 31? What is the channeling cost on channeled wandering spirits? Let's check it on the offline here. Has anybody ever tested channeling wandering spirits? I've never played it. Oh, it's 0? That's pretty sweet. We get mana and have 0 defenses. What do you mean 0 def? You can continue to have defenses from channeling. I think Rib Blood is not a bad option for mana sustain though. Because even if you have to stop and cast Rib Blood, you're not only casting it for mana, you're also going to get spell damage. So I don't actually mind the occasional Rib Blood cast, especially if the cast speed from Lado stays the same. It's actually more spirits and more damage than non-channel. If you click it and they release extra quick. I still think Rib Blood is going to be a faster recovery of our mana. Because unfortunately this is just a really low mana recovery. It's 1.8 mana per spirit, right? Because it's 15% gain chance. So even if we're creating like 2 or 3 spirits per second, the expected value here is 5 mana per second. It's just the expected value of mana here is actually pretty low, is what I think. So 13 spirits over 6 seconds. Okay, so it's actually roughly, let's say, 4.5 spirits per second, maybe 5. So the expected value is around 9. Let's call it 9 mana per second. It's still not high. Rip Blood, if you cast it 3 times per second, that's expected value of 27. Right? Yeah, 4 or 5, it's still less. It's still under 10 mana per second, right? Right, what do you guys think? Yeah, I would just convert it to expected value. And I think expected value is just way higher on Rib Blood. Not to mention that I kind of like Wandering Spirits, I'll be honest with you. I like it. I like the damage from it. I enjoy it. I would spec it into damage though, like Reap the Damned. I would spec Lingering Souls. I would definitely spec into heavy damage if I were to run it, but just as a secondary source of damage. But I still believe Rip Blood is better. Why do we lose the Armor Blessing? Oh, when we're not channeling? Fair enough. I can consider replacing this with just the flat Armor Blessing. Like, that's an option. To go and do just 320 armor. That's an option. Depends how much time you want to spend casting for mana gain or not. Wandering Spirits is cast once. No, he's switching Wandering Spirits into a channeling spell, right? He's saying make it channeling. So no worries, it's all good. So he's saying channel it. And that means we have to sit there for like a very long time to get all of our mana back. I don't know. I wish there was a way to scale the spirit generation a little bit more. It's too bad. Lose the DR from a Warlock passive. No, it's true. It's true. there are definitely downsides with Rip Blood. But that is why I hope to not be casting Rip Blood very much. I hope, just against bosses when there's some freedom and some breathing room to cast something. That's when we activate Rip Blood. Let me just check. Rapture, you're saying, do you have any thoughts on using Inferno Shade in conjunction with Chthonic Fissure and Profane Veil? It seems like the return below node in Chthonic Fissure return this one opens up using as a main damage skill. So Francis Arroyo. Oh, Arroyo, that reminds me of the starting town in Fallout 2, right? It was Arroyo, right? Any fans of Arroyo from Fallout 2, guys? Good times. Welcome, by the way. Thank you for the sub. And irashaimase. Was that called Arroyo back in Fallout 2? Pretty sure it was Arroyo. Did I fail, guys? Did I fail my gaming history class here? So you increase spirit frequency bonus. Has some synergy with the bottom left part of the Inferno Shade Tree. Okay, so I guess the question would be, what is the main damage source? So if we want to pick this point, then the question is, what are we trying to accomplish in terms of what is the main damage source that we want to boost with this? If we want to proc more spirits, then okay, that means we're probably looking to deal damage with the spirits, not with Torment, not with the AoE damage over time from Chthonic Fissure. Only with the spirits. That should be your primary source of DPS if you're going for this node. Or maybe from like Chaos Bolts being procced by spirits. That's something else as well. Spam Shade. The spirits gen faster to pop shades more quickly. There's a max though. What do you mean pop shades more quickly? I see what you're saying. Instantly deal its remaining damage. So instantly dealing the remaining damage could be interesting. Is there increased duration anywhere? Here's increased duration. So this increased duration now all of a sudden is a 15% more damage multiplier because of that instant damage. Nihongo dekimasu yo. Chotto dake, chotto. Welcome, Zarine. Can't place my accent. I'm from many places, my friend. I am from Bulgaria, I am from Japan, I am from Canada. Although I have been from Canada for the longest time now. Torment way too good to pass. I think Torment looks incredible. But still, I like the idea of theory crafting random stuff. I think Inferno Shade, I'm not sure. Do we have more duration nodes? You lived in Japan for a bit? Right? That's why I say it as well. Try and remember at least one word from when I lived there. Because I forgot literally 90% of everything I learned back in the day. It was a long time ago. But don't worry, I remember one, maybe two words. Chaos Bolts all the way with Morning Frost and Mad Lado. That is a mad lad technique right there. It's too bad this one comes with reduced duration. Because this one now all of a sudden does not synergize with this instant damage. Too bad. That's a bit of a bummer. Yeah, and the burst actually benefits from all of these nodes as well. So maybe there's something there, but I don't know. A little skeptical. I would be more excited about the max spirit frequency bonus. And so if we can increase the number of spirits, get a secondary fissure, get 50% more spirits here, 60% more spirits here. So that's 110 more spirits times 2 because of the 2 fissures. Maybe there's something there. I guess the issue is, how can we scale the damage? Because the more multipliers... Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're getting enough more multipliers. I wonder if this applies to the spirits as well, this Grim Tide. I hope so. Spirits seek nearby enemies. Are spirits necrotic damage? They should be, right? Free shred, fire shred from fissure. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe if there's like an ignite build. Is there an ignite build? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Maybe this. No, but this only applies to the damage over time. Yeah, this does not apply. Yeah, it does not apply to the spirits. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing it. Maybe with Profane Veil. Spirit. No, Shade. You make free shades with this one. Up to a maximum. Huh. So maybe there's something out there? I don't know. Hard to tell. Tony Hawk Fissure and Stacked CDR. Yeah. I like that play too. I like it. You've seen some Ignite versions, but mostly to proc Witchfire on the Warlock tree. Fair enough. Yeah. But, so let's go back. We got sidetracked. I'm very good at getting sidetracked. So let's go back to the Warlock build that we had. And can we run Mortality's Grasp? And what are we winning, what are we losing? Let's say we run Mortality's Grasp. Let's say we drop the mana, drop the Necrotic Res. Keep the tier 7 int. And then look at Bone Curse. Can we get rid of Bone Curse? Because this was basically our source of Mark for Death. Now we're pretty much guaranteed to get Mark for Death. Yeah. Because spirits are necrotic. Red Blood is necrotic. We're guaranteed to have a 100% uptime on Mark for Death. So Mortality's Grasp, yeah, not a bad option. And then we can actually get rid of Bone Curse. So I think the right play here actually is Spirit Plague. Because look at this. We're already stacking 190 int. So you pop Spirit Plague in here. This is going to be stupid clear, guys. Yeah, we lose just 12% culling, a little bit of damage from Bone Curse. Just a little bit of damage. Spirit Plague, though, I think because of the 3 points in Pestilence. And we have like 150 int. How come we lost a bunch of int, by the way? I thought we had over 200. Ah, that's fine. Let's call it 150 int. Yeah, global damage over time. Yeah, we just have to stop every now and then, cast like a Chthonic Fissure or cast a Spirit Plague. And quite honestly, against certain enemy types, casting Spirit Plague is probably better. You probably don't even need to cast Chthonic Fissure against certain enemies. This Spirit Plague is gonna deal crazy DPS because of the int stacking, because of these more multipliers. Ooh, mana on kill. Mana on kill? What do you think about mana on kill? 6 points, that's a massive investment. Can we get away with getting 2 points in mana on kill and just going Spirit Plague in monos? I don't know. Arena. Solution. Top left. Make it single target. I don't know about that. Center left. Free spreads. You mean the spreads? Yeah, you mean the spreads? This one? Oh, we do have a lot of hits. 12 ward. We're probably going to proc at least 10 hits per second. Probably more like 20 against bosses. So let's call it 10. Is 10 fair? I don't want to overstate the number. Let's say against bosses. $12 ward times 10, 120 per second. It's a little bit. It's not crazy. It's hard to gauge how many hits per second we're gonna have. I do like perpetuity though. I would like to have perpetuity, 3 points. Calamitous is not bad either. But honestly, this could be another way to skate, guys. Drop a Spirit Plague and go skating. You're going to get all your mana back with Defilement. And now all of a sudden Chthonic Fissure is more of like a boss fighting or boss killing skill. You drop it every now and then when you need to fight a tougher enemy. I don't know. Maybe it's an option. So this could be a way to solve the mana issue though. I definitely think it's more valuable than Bone Curse. Bone Curse doesn't give us very much at all. We mostly had it for the death, Mark for Death. We had it for a little bit of armor shred. No, wait. We don't need the armor shred. We had it for bone armor. But again, this is not high value. I wonder if this has a cooldown, because usually bone armor in the transplants has a 12-second cooldown. How long does Fissure last? What is it, like 5-6 seconds? I don't remember. I will have to fire up the video, but why do you think we cannot do Rip Blood and Spirit Plague? All you need to do is cast Spirit Plague one time. You do not want to cast Spirit Plague more than once. So Spirit Plague, you just pop it one time and then go back to spamming Rip Blood. That's kind of the gameplay loop. So Pestilent is on Affliction. So against bosses, technically yes. But it's not necessary to get the full bonus. So I would not waste my time. 8 spell damage per cast is going to give you far more than 15% global dot damage per cast. So you definitely want to be spamming Rip Blood. Not to mention all the ward gen. So this Pestilence, you automatically get 13 stacks if you're going in monos. Because in monos, all the enemies are going to die quickly. And it's just going to spread right away. And so you're going to get 13 spreads really, really quickly. So you don't need to worry about casting it more than once in monos. Against bosses, it doesn't spread. Yeah, it's per spread. It's per affliction. It's really weird. I didn't realize this until recently either. But yeah, it's not on cast, it's on spread. Basically, against bosses, it's a per cast because you're not going to spread it very many times. But anyway, so yeah, I think Spirit Plague could be a really good solution. So I kind of actually like these gloves. I like the Mortality Grasp. Mark for Death is strong. It's a good damage amp. The only issue is these gloves are a little bit rare. Their legendary potential effective level is low, so we could get 2 LP, in which case I would go for Necrotic Res and Intelligence. You're welcome, bro. I would go for Necrotic Res and Int if I had a 2 LP. Otherwise, I don't know, tier 6 Int if it's a 1 LP. I would not waste a tier 7 Int on a 1 LP. Somebody was saying, what about Vion's Chariot? Somebody was recommending Vion's Chariot. Increased damage per increase MS. I mean, it's not bad. Transient Rest is okay as well. Yeah, this is really hard to acquire. This is my biggest issue. I agree with you, Oro. I like this item very much for many builds. The acquisition of it, though, is one of the nastiest. It's very annoying. Especially if you want to grab like a 1 LP. Or, yeah, forget 2 LP. 90 effective level. Yeah, 1 LP. Let's say if you want to farm a 1 LP, you have to get lucky and spawn this Vion boss 10 times. And pray to RNGesus. But yeah, I think it's a decent option. Next movement skill deals more damage. Do we have a movement skill? I mean, our main DPS is Torment, so that's not a movement skill per se. No, a lot of the boots are 70, but some of them are higher. Some of them are lower, actually. Foot of the Mountain is lower. I love me some Foot of the Mountain. Show me Foot of the Mountain. Foot of the Mountain, effective level 48. So you can certainly get a 2 LP, maybe even a 3 LP if you're crazy lucky. And there's a 45% chance for it to drop a tier 4 boss. So really, if you kill the boss, so let's say this is 50%. So this is you have to kill it, let's say 25 times 2. So like 50 times. Every 50 boss kills, you can get a 2 LP boots. Not bad at all, right? That's why I like Foot of the Mountain. It's very reliable to farm. The only issue is the range and the volatility. But yeah. So let's say we switch to these gloves. And let's say we switch to Spirit Plague. It is a little bit annoying that we get bleed stacks on us. Stymied Fate. And that one is like effective level 110 or something. That one is crazy. I don't know why it's 110. This one, right? 100, not 110. Shade of Orobis. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Isn't happening. What does the effective level mean? Basically, the lower the effective level for legendary potential, the more likely the item is to drop with a higher LP value. So let's see here, effective LP 70. 2 LP is a 1.35% chance. For every single Sularon step, 1.35% of the Sularon step drops are going to be 2 LP because it's 70 LPL. Let's find another one. So this one is 90. So that's higher. It's going to be worse. So right here, 2 LP for 90 is 0.26. That is so much lower. It went from 1.35 to 0.25. So it's 5 times lower because of a difference in 20 in effective level. That is worse than I thought it would be. How about 48? 48 goes up to 4.32. So this is almost 4 times higher than the 20 value higher effective level. So interesting. Hey Popstar, is my earthquake build still viable or something got nerfed? I don't know yet. We're going to have to wait and see the patch notes. But yeah, I can't say yet. I am optimistic. I hope for the best. So far, the build is perfect. Like right now, as of today, the build is fantastic. No nerfs. I mean, it's in the patch. I built it and I released the video in today's patch anyways. So we'll see the patch notes in 2 days, maybe 2 days and a half actually, Popstar. So we'll know then. And I'll probably do a patch note review video. I'll go over them. Call me Q. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for coming by and saying that. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad the videos have helped. It's it's hard work making those videos, guys. Every evening. Every evening after work. I work today and next week I'm on holidays. I'm on vacation. And then the week after I'm on vacation. So it's going to be 2 weeks for last epoch for grinding just for that. I'm hyped. This is why I'm so excited. Some time off. I'm going to keep it very vague, very general. I'm a data analyst. Yeah. I'm okay with answering. Just a high level. I'm basically a data analyst. Without going into too much detail. You're going to start a Rune Master, Thien? Hope they don't nerf it to the ground. I don't know. I think certain things definitely need a nerf, but I agree with you. I hope they don't make it non-viable. Markware, do I know if this is true for damage scaling? Can you pop that link in the Discord chat, actually? The David thing? The David Harbour. I just avoid Twitter and Snapchat like it's the plague. But we'll make an exception this time. David Harbour. Boom. Beauty. I love it. This is his helmet. That is so cool. Guys, this might be the best in slot helmet for our Warlock. This might be the helmet that we're going to be wearing, guys. Hype. Okay, so somebody said hammer throw deals more damage. Applies to all elements and sub-skills of hammer throw. That is correct, yeah. That's how more damage in skill trees works. Yeah, that is correct, Markware. That person has the right understanding. Can I link my planner? Let me see. Do we want to... Is it finalized? Let me just think 1 second. Let's just keep reviewing it for 1 second. I'm just trying to keep up with chat here. I'm a friend's reference of a data analyst. Transponster? Oh, I have to see Friends. I don't remember that episode. Does Profane Veil count as a channeling skill? Yes, it does. I think they missed the channeling tag on it, but it should count as a channeling skill because it definitely is. Necrotic spell damage over time. Weird, because it says channel. It better be a channeling skill. Hey, Big Wolf. Merkware, yes. If the wording is generic and it says more damage, such and such skill deals more damage, it applies to ailments. However, if the wording is specific to hits, if it says more hit damage, see, like right here, Chaos Bolt says hits deal more damage. That means ailments are not going to benefit from this node. It says in the description, but misses the tag. Yeah. Missed a bunch of tags. Yeah. So it sounds like they just missed a bunch of tags. Big Wolf, are you ready? 1.0, just a few days left. 5 days. And patch notes in 2.5 days. Patch notes is going to be hype. I am very curious what they're going to do with patch notes. So let's see. Do we want any other changes to this build? Is this what we want to go with? Is replacing Bone Curse with Spirit Plague the play? I think it is. I think Spirit Plague, Giga Juiced Spirit Plague, could be nice in monos. The only issue is, if we pop Torment, is Spirit Plague actually going to be killing anything? And you know what? The other good thing about Spirit Plague here is that means that we could run Spirit Plague early on. We could respec Wandering Spirits in our leveling planner and then get Spirit Plague probably around level, I want to say 23 maybe even level 12. I just worry about single target damage. I think once we get Chthonic Fissure and these two nodes online, we could think about specking, or rather respecking, Wandering Spirits into Spirit Plague, perhaps right after a boss fight. Maybe we finish a boss fight in monos, then spec Spirit Plague, and go from there. Ravencrow, I mean, it's a good question, but I don't see why it wouldn't. Torment is necrotic damage. Torment is an ailment. It is inflicted by the spirits, so maybe. Torment is a curse, but it is also an ailment. It is definitely an ailment. The only thing is, like, it's applied by the spirit, not by the fissure. But the way I read it is it should apply. It's worth testing, though. It's just a low investment screen wipe. That's how I think of Spirit Plague. It's a very low investment screen wipe. You just cast it, and it's a mana regen source. So I don't think we have very many options to get our mana back. But for certain mob types, like spiders, for example, this is like free max mana. So even if we get down to like 0 mana, we just pop a single Spirit Curse or Spirit Plague, and we're back to max mana. You know what I mean? Like, this is 20 spiders. That's 100 mana. Easy peasy. You don't see why that wouldn't work as long as Torment is considered an ailment. I don't really see a reason. So here's why Torment is considered an ailment. If you just go to resources, ailments, look up Bone Curse, right? Bone Curse. So either the physical form or the necrotic form, Bone Curse is an ailment. Every single curse is an ailment because it shows up underneath the enemy's health bar. Anything that shows up under the enemy health bar is an ailment. So I don't know. I guess the other question is, and I'm not married to Spirit Plague for sure. I'm just saying, if we don't run Spirit Plague, what is our alternative? What would we rather run instead of Spirit Plague? What is our other option? Water, you're always an ailment, right? All day, every day. Yeah. A positive ailment. Trying to tinker with a profane orb setup with zombies to gain better uptime. How much damage the orbs deal with the info we have so far? Well, is it a zombie build or is it the orbs build? Transplant for a little bit of extra mobility, for kill threshold, for frenzy, for extra rib blood casts. It's not awful. It's not awful. But it's not phenomenal either. A little bit of bone armor is okay. I think so. The way I would think about it, between these 4 skills, let's ignore Spirit Plague. What are the strengths and the weaknesses of these 4 skills? This is how I would approach the build. So we know we're running these 4 skills. We know we have great clear. And we know single target might be a little bit sketchy. So, and also we know that we need mana. So the 5th skill needs to be either single target DPS or mana regen. So I think Spirit Plague can fit the mana regen. The clear, I guess having better clear is okay too. But do we have any other options to fix the potential mana problems? How can we fix... And I want options that are very low investment, that don't require active cast time. Like Rib Blood should be what we're casting all the time. So something like Harvest to actually go up close to enemies and right-click them with Harvest to get our mana back? No chance. That's not happening. Forget about it. Maybe we go into Spirit Shards. And we can get a little bit of damage. Sorry, a little bit of mana rather. But I don't know. Against bosses, it's going to suck. But then against bosses, we're doing Rib Blood. So that's different. But Harvest is autocast. Indeed. I'm not sure. I don't love it. I don't think this node is going to give us enough. Is there any other nodes in here that we like? Anything else? We can get Ward Gain. I don't know. We can delete all of our mana. Get Drain Life to work for mana drain. And suck on our lichis. Suck on our Skelly-bros. Do we really want to suck on our Skelly-bros though? This skill is so expensive though. If you convert it to a cast. Is it viable? I don't even know, man. Actually, it's not viable because the Skelly-bros don't stand still. It has to be a minion that stands in one place, right? Doesn't it stop applying to the minion if the minion moves? Right? I don't get it. I don't see it. Mana gain per second. I don't see it. For single target where they just sit at the boss? Maybe. I guess against bosses, we're going to be spamming Rib Blood. So I don't think mana is going to be an issue in boss fights. Chest piece. So the chest piece harvest affix. We wanted to use that, but it sounds like ESG are going to nerf that. It sounds like ESG have said that it currently works. It gives us mana, but they're going to make it so it does not give us unless it's a direct use of harvest. So they know. They know. Yeah. It's too bad they caught that this early. I shouldn't have made a build guide. Patch notes would tell us indeed. Should have kept my mouth shut. So what other skill options do we have? If we have these 4, and we know we want to run those, again, back to the mana generation. Mana. Is there anything else that can gen mana for us? You know, it's surprising, but Acolyte has surprisingly few mana regen options. A lot of the other classes have like mana regen on hit, mana regen on 0 mana spellcast. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have Rib Blood. So I kind of feel like I don't know if we need... I guess the only question is Rib Blood is an active mana regen ability. If we have a passive mana regen ability. I'm using the all-res body. Soul Feast on the top right. Let's check it. Spirit Plague, additional curse. That's kind of what I wanted to do as well for Spirit Plague. I definitely think Spirit Plague is the play here. I'm just assessing all of our options. It's good to go through every single option and just eliminate everything based on our understanding of the game, based on, before we see patch notes, obviously. We don't want another clicking skill. That's right, Perish. We want to be lazy. We want to chill out. Against bosses, we know the playstyle we're going for. We're going to be spamming Rib Blood and skating when the boss is getting ready to cast something. You know what I mean? Like if it's Jorah and she's about to blow something and make a big explosion, you skate. And then you get a billion invasion, a billion damage reduction. You're immortal. On top of that, Rib Blood is going to generate a lot of ward anyway. So you're going to be safe. You're going to be safe. And then against monos, we're going to be Fissure and then Ghost Flaming. So we're going to alternate these two. But that is extremely pricey. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to afford that or we'll have to stop for Rib Blood. So that's why Rib Blood can potentially help. Sorry, Spirit Plague. Let's take a quick look at Soul Feast. So we got mana regen up here. Soul fragments from rare or boss enemies grant mana. Oh, modifiers to the amount of ward granted also apply to the amount of mana gained. Oh, that's interesting. Let's take a quick look. What is the max? What is the max we can get? So anything that gives ward granted. So when they say modifiers to the amount of ward granted, does that include additive bonuses or the multiplicative ones? Say like... Say this one. Oh, soul fragments. No, wait a second. Yeah, what does it apply to? I know it's only rare in bosses. It reads like both, I agree, but it would be crazy if this applies to it, okay? Because let's do the math. I mean, let's say we have 150 int. So that's 6 times 3. That is 18 plus 3. That is 21 mana plus 6, 27 mana. So let's just write it down. So we've got 27 mana so far. Ward from greater fragments. So I don't know about these greater fragments. Oh, so this one was going to work, right? Because these are bosses and rares. So that is times 3. Okay. So 200% additive. So this is 1 plus that. And then we multiply by that mana. So it's 81 mana right now. 81 mana. More ward per curse. So this is going to be, I don't know, how many curses do we have? We have at least 2 in Torment and Wither. Do we have any other curses? Torment, Wither? Mark for Death. Is Mark for Death a curse? Is it considered a curse? Oh yeah, we do have Bone Curse autocast actually. Okay, so 4. 4 is not bad. So 4 times 25%. And that's multiplicative, by the way. That's more ward. So that's a times 2. I don't know. I don't think this is going to work this way. It's too good to be true. You know what I mean? Like, this is too crazy. That's it. There's no more ward nodes. I guess we put 3 in here and hope for the best. Okay, so like 162 mana per cast. And then you do this thing. Wait, no. This one. Ooh, it reduces the ward granted. I was going to say we do Infernal Hunger. Because we're not going to be spamming this. The multicast is behind a massive ward reduction. Wither is a curse indeed. We have Anguish? Oh yeah, we do have Anguish. This is minus 50% ward dome. I guess if we hit twice, it's okay. If we're not spamming it, it's worth. Oh, wait. It's not worth. Because our mana pool... What is our mana pool going to be like? It's going to be like 350? 350 mana. Basically, we just need 2 casts. Right? I don't know. I don't love it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's only going to give us mana. It might be interesting to try. But it's only going to give us mana. It doesn't give us damage. Hey, Steel's Biatch. Take it easy. See ya for now. You'll be back later, I assume. 1800 ward. We're also getting 1800 ward. How much ward are we getting? I guess it's the same as the mana amount. Yeah, I'm not loving Wandering. Sorry, Soul Feast. It didn't change enough to warrant trying it out. And honestly, the animation before was really lackluster. So I don't know if they improved the animation a little bit, but I can't remember. I don't know. I don't love it. Profane Veil, did it have something about mana? No, no mana there. Any other sources of mana? I don't know. I think Spirit Plague and Chthonic Fissure is the play here. I honestly believe so. And I think this is going to be one of the fastest clear speeds in the entire game. I think this is the setup I would go for. If we get more points, Perpetuity is nice. Perpetuity is definitely nice. It's too bad that we have these 2 points. Like these 4 points are kind of really awful. But it's fine, whatever. But this is what I would go for. Here, let's do the skill progression as well. Somebody was asking about the best skill progression for every node. So I would go this way and then this way. And then this way. And then finish off with the mana gen. And then this one. Something like that. Actually, maybe get the extra spread earlier. Yeah. Extra spread now. Boom, boom, boom. And then mana at the very end. Because we more need it for the end game. And let's do this one. We might be better off just going this way plus this way. I think this is a better setup. So let's record that as well. So clearly we go this direction and then res shred. Now here's the question. Do we need Chaos Bolts already or do we go for more damage first? I guess we can go for Chaos Bolts. I would go for 2 points. See how the frequency and the spirit frequency, see how the mana management works. Or I guess, I don't know. It's hard to gauge how many points we'll need. So I might go like this and then like this. Oh, we're missing a point. Of Gloom and Flames. Do we need Gloom and Flames? I'm kind of leaning towards not getting Gloom and Flames. Because against single target, Gloom and Flames does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because we're already going to have 1 stack of Torment. And it's max 1 stack. So getting extra fissures doesn't do anything. Maybe it makes mono running smoother. Yeah, I don't think we want Gloom and Flames. I'm kind of leaning towards that as well. I kind of agree, you guys. So we just get extra damage. We just go for more damage. For leveling, would you use Plague Bearer node and respec later? Yeah, I would. Rapture, yeah. I would pop 1 point into Plague Bearer and then respec it when spell damage is like 50x the plague damage. Axantos. Hey, Axantos. Welcome, welcome. You just want to ask if the Warlock build really has enough mana to continuously channel Ghost Slam. Since you can't regen mana while channeling, how would that be possible? Sorry if that's... No, that's a legit question, Axantos. That is exactly what we've been trying to figure out over the last couple of hours, actually. And basically, the conclusion we came to... So first of all, previously, like a day or two earlier, the solution that we had for the mana issue was this chest modifier. 15 mana gained when you use Harvest. And we're proccing Harvest 3 times per second. Maybe not quite 3 because of the low dex. But let's say 2 to 3 times per second thanks to this node. However, EHG have noticed this node and they said that it works currently, but they're going to patch it and they're going to make it so this mana gained on harvest use is only applied on direct harvest use. So when you actually use the skill directly and not when it procs. So there goes that strategy that we had. That's not going to work. So mana is probably going to be a little bit of an issue, but that's okay. I think Rib Blood is a phenomenal source of mana generation through Mana Feast. The only problem is that makes it so we have to stop and cast it. And I don't love that. It's good for bossing. So against bosses, you're not going to have any mana problems. It's just for mono clear. How can we solve the mana issue? And I'm thinking, let's go Spirit Plague. We're dropping Bone Curse, which didn't give us very much anyways, and we're replacing our gloves with Mortality Grasp, which is going to give us Mark for Death. So now we don't need Bone Curse at all. And instead of Bone Curse, we run Spirit Plague, giving us mana on kill. So Ghost Flame Spirit Plague is actually going to be a really good mono clearing combo. We might not even need to cast Chthonic Fissure too much in monos. Most mobs, I assume, are going to die to Spirit Plague. And then you're going to regen your mana. And then you're gonna be able to just channel Ghost Flame all the time. Spirit Plague, Ghost Flame. Zoom, zoom. Sure, against tankier enemies, we probably need to do something else. But that's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah. I do like Spirit Plague, I have to say. I do like Spirit Plague. What do we think of the Marrow Shard setup for mana gain compared to the Rib Blood setup? I think Rib Blood is far more valuable against bosses because of global spell damage on hit. If we want to run Mad Lado, and Mad Lado is not nerfed to the ground, you want to get as many sources of spell damage as possible because Mad Lado's biggest weakness is the lack of implicit spell damage. It's crazy low, 16. So we supplement that with Rib Blood, right? So this, like, look at this. 2 casts of Rib Blood is equal to our weapon's spell damage. So if you have no other sources of spell damage, let's say you don't have passives giving you spell damage, this doubles your spell damage from your weapon. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy high value. I guarantee you it's more value than Marrow Shards. Marrow Shards, what does it do? So this is 5 mana. Expected value. Can you guarantee the Marrow? You can't even have 100% Marrow Orb chance. So yeah, no, this is low. I have not heard anything about Numlock usage, but I don't like to use it myself. But I have not heard anything about it not being allowed to be used. 40 times 5. Isn't it times another 33%? 40% times 33% times 5? No? Oh, 5 is the third. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 2 mana expected value. I agree with you. 2 mana expected value is just far too low. Here we have 9 mana expected value, which is crazy good, right? Like, it's a pretty good skill to cast as well. We have cast speed in the skill tree. I don't think Marrow Shards has much cast speed. Oh, it has double cast, which is better than cast speed, actually. Yeah, double cast is actually better. Oh, but it's only on direct cast. So if you proc it from whatever it was it Chaos Bolts? I don't know. I think it might have been this. No, whatever. If you proc it, it's not going to be double cast. So, okay, so we did the skill progression here. Chaos Bolts. So now that I know this target area reduction, Oh, this increases the target area. Oh yeah, we're definitely not doing that. I thought it would I thought it would increase the area in which we deal the damage. Yeah, okay, no chance, dude. No chance. All right. So we just put those points in here instead. We could do more points in increased area. Honestly, this skill tree outside of these utility points down here, it doesn't give us too much. Ghost Flame or zombies, for example. That's right. That's right. Or transplant. Transplant can proc it with items. I think there's a bunch of chest prefixes that make it so you proc marrow shards on transplant, something like that. All right, let's record this one as well. You obviously got to go down here. Rip blood first. Get the mana back. And then bone curse. And then harvest. And then cast speed, projectile speed. This one. These two, why not? A little bit of area, why not? Something like that. And then Ghost Flame. So, progression on Ghost Flame. Obviously, we beeline here. Then we beeline back into mana reduction. And then it can be interesting. I would go maybe for the dodge. This is really high value. Good survivability. Hey, that's a good point. Do we even need harvest? Yeah, that's a great point. Do we even need harvest? One second, let me finish this one here. So we do the dodge. Probably want to get even more move speed. You know what? What is the mana cost? So 50? So 150% minus 70. Because this got buffed down to 50% channel cost increase. So that's 80. And then if we could do minus 15. Yeah, 65. I mean, not a massive difference, I guess. I think we're fine. We're not gonna. We don't want to reduce move speed. F that. Yeah. So this is how I would set it up. 30% MS. Rip blood is pretty straightforward. This is a must. Then I would actually go for the ward gen next. Max out ward gen. Get some cast speed. And then it really depends. Do you want the mana? Do you want the cast speed? Depends what state your build is at. We could, I don't know, do like this. Something like that. And so we're saying, do we care about the harvest proc? And the dexterity too. Yeah, great points, guys. Let's do it all over. So we go down this way. Rip blood. Bone curse. And we save 2 points because we don't need the second point in Doom's vindication. Very nice. Oh, we don't need cast speed actually. Why did I put 3 points in here? Projectiles? I mean, I guess projectile speed's okay. Projectile speed's alright. So at this point, what do we want at this point? This is better shotgun. Let's do projectile speed actually. I do like the projectile speed. You know, we could extend Chthonic Fissures. Yeah, why not? Oh, directly. Never mind. Directly. Ay, ay, ay. Everything's directly. Yeah, whatever. A little bit of damned, a little bit of ignite. And then a little bit of extra area. Oh, wait. Oh, we didn't get the Seed of Chaos. Let's undo. We forgot the Seed of Chaos. So we go here, we go here, we go here, here, and here. And then here, reduce area for shotgun. And then 6 more points. Really doesn't matter, something like that. And then we have to fix the itemization as well. Fix the itemization. We no longer need this prefix, and we don't need the dex as well. An extra prefix is actually huge, guys. That can be highly valuable. What would we want? You know what? I'm gonna leave this as an empty prefix because I want to see what prefixes they add for chest pieces. They might add something really juicy. So let's leave it as blank. Okay, we'll leave it as blank. It makes the itemization easier as well that way. You can see Chaos Bolt extending. Chthonic Fissure would need to be direct cast. Chthonic Fissure would extend its own duration if that worked. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it would be like infinite loop. Not infinite because it's 2 seconds, 3 second cooldown for a 2 second extension. So it's not quite infinite, but solid. Okay, so then we can drop the dex. Drop the dex. And what do we want in rings instead of dex? What would we want instead of dex? Oh yeah, we need void res. So one of these need. I mean, I guess that's implied. You can fix your own res, depending on what happens, depending on how your setup is going. But leaving flex suffixes, I think, is something that I like. What would we want a prefix for? Dot is okay. Necrotic damage is alright. Spell damage is alright. Strength. Strength. I like strength. Let me just double check. Yeah, I think the play here is strength. The incremental damage is not really worth it. Community testers like the prefixes for chaos bolts. Okay, so that can change things significantly. Because chaos bolts, like I said right now, are kind of weak. Except for maybe for bleed. There's probably a bunch of bleed prefixes for chaos bolts. I guess we'll wait and see. But in terms of the prefix here, so watch this, guys. Armor right now is 2368, right? Are we channeling? It's channeling. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let's say, so 41% armor mitigation. We go tier 5 strength. And it goes up. We basically reduce physical damage by 10%. A tier 5 strength right here reduces the physical damage that you take by 10%. And this is for average. Let's go max, you know. So. Yeah, those max rolls, guys, they have a hard time not leaking stuff. Mass leakages from there. Those guys, they'll do, yeah. They've done community testing for sure. They've done community testing for sure. So if we run double tier 5 strength, is Icy Veins leaking a lot too? Yeah, there we go. So that's another good percent damage decrease. Yeah, I like strength here. I don't think it's worth to just pop like spell damage 40 to 60. That is fairly negligible. Let's check. We have 200 int. So we have 200 int. How much increased damage do we have? Necrotic. So we have about 1,000% increased damage. 100, yeah, 1,200 actually. So 1,200 increased damage. So 60% spell damage is a 5% more damage multiplier, essentially, roughly. I mean, that's okay. It's not bad. But 10% damage reduction from physical is also not bad. I don't know. Either one works here. These are both kind of like, okay, if you want damage, you go spell necrotic dot, whatever you choose. If you want survivability, you go strength. You wonder how ESG? Guess we'll wait and see. My guess is that they're not going to be very lenient, I think, because they're a very new company. They've been very friendly with all of the content creators around last epoch. So I think they'll be very forgiving. Hopefully that doesn't end up in community testers taking advantage of that leniency. So we'll see. But everything I've seen from ESG so far is that they're just a bunch of nice guys. Just a bunch of nice, sweet folks. So yeah, okay. So we have the prefix here removed. We fixed up dexterity into strength. Our dex right now is 14 from helmet. Yeah, that's fine. Ma babo. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Get good rest, man. Get good rest for the next 5 days. Make sure you get tons of sleep, because as soon as 1.0 hits, we're not going to be sleeping. So we got to rest up until then. Yeah. You're saying that's the thing, Teutonic? People tend to take kindness as weakness. I hope that's not the case. And I don't know if they take it as weakness per se, but they do kind of push the boundaries, and eventually things get out of hand. I also hope the servers can withstand our might. 48-hour binge of blasting. Oh my god, Ginger. Yeah, man. Would you run Bonkers until you get the gloves, then switch into Spirit Plague? I think Spirit Plague fairly early on. Spirit Plague is just a really cool leveling skill as well. So I think there's definitely room for Spirit Plague in the build. So Rapture, I would definitely try to fit Spirit Plague into the build early on. Basically, Spirit Plague is probably your best source of early damage and AoE clear. You just need to worry about your single target. And I think between Rip Blood and Chthonic, we should be okay on single target. They're pushing their luck a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the one to judge that. I don't know what the contracts are. I'm not sure what they've agreed upon, so I can't accurately tell. But I do think some of the actions are not ideal for the player base. My humble opinion. Wife and kids, or one kid rather, are going up to the in-laws the morning of the 22nd before release and not coming back until the 23rd. Oh my god, dude. You've got it figured out. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out. I asked my wife, I was like, hey, can I just skip the because usually I pick up the kids from daycare. So I was like, on Wednesday, can you do it pretty please? Pretty please. I guess I'll drop them off. I'll drop them off Wednesday morning. And so we're good. You know what I mean? We're good. And then I can run a 24-hour session perhaps. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see if I can have the stamina, the strength for it. Hey, Apostia. We're fixing up the Warlock build. Given a few things that we've learned about what might be going on with the patch. So we're changing up the Warlock build a little bit. And I'm trying to also record the progression here. So that's that. This is 5 points. This is definitely 6 points. 5 points here is nice early on even. A little bit of it, a little bit of that. And I think we go for the int invit. Oh, no. Undo. The number one high value pickup here is withering chance on hit. This is a must get. As soon as you unlock this, make sure to get 5 points. ASAP. You might not even need 5 points, but we do unlock the less damage taken from withered. So it has some value. And then probably go for the invit. Pretty good node right there. And then go back 3. Get the spell damage. Max this out. Get some crit multi. Back into Lich. I feel like I'm missing a few points, eh? I feel like I might be missing a few points. Do we want health? Or actually, probably we need dot here. Yeah, this is good. Okay, so we have 5 points left. What did I have before? Where are these 5? Oh yeah, 2 points in here. And I guess 3 points in int. Yeah, it's gonna be 3 points in int, I guess. 6% necrotic, a little bit of dam, a little bit of ignite. Yeah, int it is. Okay, so that's the passive tree progression. Right, Dogmar. So, sorry, 1 sec. Let me see. Rupture is saying, how does the effect cooldown work on the Soul Stealer passive? Soul Stealer passive. I think. Oh, okay. So, yeah. I think surely it's not 15-second cooldown. I think that's a typo. I'm just assuming it's not a 15-second cooldown. It's a 3-second cooldown because it says 5-point bonus. Those usually never change. This effect has a 3-second cooldown. That should never change. That should be fixed. I think it's a fair and safe assumption, but I guess we could be wrong. There's no way the cooldown goes up with every point. There's just no way. So the addition of Spirit Plague, there are now 3 spells we will want to stop to channel. So stop channeling to cast. You lose a lot of dodge and armor. So yeah, so it's a good question, but the game flow is going to be quite different between single target versus AoE kind of clear. For clear, I think we mostly will stick to 1 skill cast, Spirit Plague. We're probably not going to need to cast Rib Blood. And we might cast the occasional fissure. Maybe. We'll see. But mostly it's going to be Spirit Plague into Ghost Flame. Perhaps. I have to test it. Maybe it's Spirit Plague, fissure, and then back to Ghost Flame. And Ghost Flame has a 0.8 second cooldown, so you might need that anyways. And then I guess bosses, you cast Spirit Plague, you cast Chthonic Fissure, and then you spam Rib Blood. Or rather, you spam Rib Blood first, and then you cast them so that they benefit from the spell damage. So, I think the channeling is going to work differently against bosses. You're not going to need to activate it as much because their skills are very much telegraphed. So you know exactly what they're going to do and when. You can activate your channeling, getting like ridiculous dodge and damage reduction right before their hits land on you. And yeah, just mostly just dish out DPS otherwise. They said it's a mistake. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it definitely should be. It kind of looks like a mistake for sure. There's one thing I'm curious. Curse cast speed on Sinathia's Resurrection. +2 to curse skills. You know that one set mace is not that bad. Sinathia's Dying Breath. 25 all res. 66 spell curse. You don't get cast speed, but you get a bit of curse damage. This would be phenomenal for leveling. If I get this mace early on, I'm definitely equipping it, right? 25 all res, 66 spell curse, increased curse damage, Ghostmaker. Necrotic damage for dot time spells. That includes curses. That includes torment. Torment is a spell. So that is 106 spell damage. With ward gain on kill. Cast summon wraith when one of your wraiths blah blah blah. Cast Inferno Shade when you or one of your wraiths kills an enemy. So you can get a lot of Inferno Shades with this. Huh. Interesting. Set seems kind of hard to find while leveling. Ironic. Since that's when they're most useful. Yeah. I guess we'll hope we get that mace. The Wraith and Shade are useless. You're just looking at the 100 spell damage. Yeah, 100 spell damage is not bad. 100 spell damage is not bad. We don't have cast speed though. Oh, effective level 85? Has this always been 85? I don't think this was 85 before. I swear this was not 85 before. Huh. Maybe it was always 85. Maybe I'm just crazy. That's interesting. $40 spell damage. If you're merchant guild, it might be common to buy 1 LP, since all the rogues are looking for Smoke Weaver. Yeah, not many people use Ghostmaker, so you might get a bunch of them on the market, yeah. And everybody wants other stuff. Yeah, so anyways, I think this is the augmented setup here that we would like to run. More armor thanks to the strength in the rings. An open prefix slot for whatever new prefixes get added. Hopefully something neat. And idols. I guess idols can be flex slots as well. We can definitely utilize idols as flex slots. Let's save this. Let's save this because this is the adjusted version. And I'm going to replace it actually in the build guide, in the description, and on my end as well. Perfect. 1 second. Why are we running Decaying Homunculus? Why don't we just run Cursed Bones? We get Fire Res for free. And our Fire Res is not actually maxed. Yeah, I think the play here... So this is 31 to 61. This is 13 to 63. Okay, so the range is a little bit worse. But the max is higher, slightly. And you get free Fire Res. So I say Cursed Bones is better, actually. Actually, let's think. Do we have necrotic damage that is not a curse? I guess Rip Blood is necrotic damage, non-curse. But Rip Blood is not our main DPS source, so it's okay. Our main DPS sources are Torment, which is a curse, and Spirit Plague for clear, which is a curse. So yeah, so we can definitely afford to switch to Cursed Bones here. I'm going to replace that. Just 1 sec. I'm just replacing the links in the right places, in the right spots. And we'll say updated February 16th. All right. So we have a thought from Chewy. An alternative to Ghost Flame. Using Spirit Plague for damage and mana. Using Profane Veil for 2.2 second channeling, dodge everything, and increase global damage as well. Generate haste. Crone. Fleeting Crone? Which node is that, Fleeting Crone? But anyways, okay. Spirit Plague is a curse and can reduce the Profane Veil's cooldown. If we can add more CDR, would be quality of life. Requirement on mana reduces. Passive skill Doom Herald can be used for haste and other. Crone is on passive. Oh yeah, I would really like to have Crone. Oh, I didn't have Crone here. Okay. That's what I was missing in the build. These 3 int points should be in Crone. Ah, damn it, I gotta redo this now. Can we get 5 points? I guess not. Okay. Let's record it again. Ay. You want the spell damage for curses right away, because early on in the game you don't have spell damage. So that is guaranteed the priority. Then you get your mana bonus, because that's kind of just quality of life. Ward per channeling. And then Vit. A little bit of quality of, damage reduction, and then the Wither. Then the Vit int. Okay, and then this one. And then this one. And then this 3 points. Can we not get 15 points here? I think we want... 5 points. I think we have to have 5 points here. Yeah, this is not something we can go with just 4 points. Or 3 points, rather. And... maybe we take them out of here. 6 spell damage. 6 spell damage is not bad. Well, Maybe it's okay. What an agonizing decision here. Damn. Where can we get 2 points out of? Where can we get 2 points out of? A lot of these nodes are so good. Yeah, I don't know. I can't give up any of these nodes. Yeah, 6 spell damage, I guess. Really? We give up 6 spell damage? That seems like a bad idea. Taking 2 points out of here loses 8% damage reduction. That seems like a bad idea. Two int and 2 vit seems like a bad idea. We could drop 4 int from the Lich tree. Oh, I haven't done the crit multi. Oh my goodness. Actually, I think I want the... Actually, let's go back. So I think here I would go for haste. And then actually, we're probably better off doing crit multi. Because crit multi is a surprisingly probably low priority option for the itemization. So it might be decent to max it out pretty early on here. So then spell damage. Although, yeah, this is probably right. This is probably right. I guess we're just gonna have to sacrifice 4 int from the Lich skill tree. That doesn't feel great. Maybe we just drop the 2 crit multi. You're right, Chewy. Maybe we just drop 16 crit multi. That's not bad either, though. 16 crit multi for the Torment. What? Because this is going to reduce Torment damage only. The Spirit Plague damage is fine. Dropping these 2 points. Yeah, I had exactly 28. So in this current setup, I'm losing the 4 int in Lich. And I don't want to lose the 4 int in Lich. So we need to drop 2 points from this skill tree. Because 4 int is pretty damn good. You kept working on it? Replace teleport for flame rush? Flame gen and stuff? Nice. Good, good, good. I'm glad, man. Oh, it was the Jorah thing that would get the ward gen. Got it, got it. No worries, bro. You're welcome. Glad to help. We're going to do a lot more build planning over the next months. With 1.0, there's going to be a lot to test. So can we drop 2 points? I think 6 spell damage for curses. This is not a big deal for Spirit Plague, obviously, because Spirit Plague has 200 spell damage because of the int conversion to spell damage. So Spirit Plague is fine. It's just more our single target is going to suffer if we sacrifice this point. Please buff Sork. I think they should buff Sork. So what are the trade-offs? We lose 6 spell damage for Torment here. Versus, I don't know. Here we lose a lot of ward generation. So with 200 int, this is basically 100 ward per second for each point. I don't think we can give that up. 1 vit, 1 int. Maybe the 1 vit, 1 int. You know what? Let's just drop 2 int, 2 vit. That way we're trading up 1 vitality for 1 int because we're choosing the vitality on the lich skill tree. All right, I'm going to go with that. We're going to go with 8 points in the vit int skill node. Yeah, I think 4 int is better than 2 int, 2 vit. I definitely believe so. Oops. What do we want? The crit multi first? Actually, we'll go like this, and then we'll go like this. Then we go crit multi. Then we go max this out. And then we max this out. And then we're at 28. That's perfect. Perfect. All right, we made it work. Whew. That was a lot of sweating for 2 points of vit. You're not sure that Doom Herald is needed. Doom Herald. It gives more damage though. It's not just defense. It's offense as well. It's more damage wall channeling as well. So, I don't know. It seems nice. And also, whenever we have like a channeling skill for our get out of jail free card, we can just click Ghost Flame. When we panic, click Ghost Flame. You're good. I think this is it. Okay. Is this the final build, guys? The only thing that I'm not 100% is the boots, guys. Actually, the boots, I'm not 100% sold on the boots because we already have infinite evasion. With 200 int, we have infinite evasion. I'm not sure that we need more evasion. Getting mana while channeling, though, that's nice. Actually, maybe for mono clears, the mana would be nice. The int is nice. And the mana for mono clears is probably also not bad at all. Okay. We'll leave them because they kind of fit decently well into the build. What alternatives would we have? Transient Rest is okay because of the necrotic res. Foot of the Mountain's alright. All attributes is always nice. A little bit of endurance. We're not going to be taking advantage of the mana cost reduction, but it is also easy to get 2 LP, so you can slap a tier 7 MS. But honestly, another alternative is to just go something that gives you crazy MS. So something like, I'll look at Yulia's Path, Necrotic Res. So if you get a 1 LP Yulia's and slap tier 7 MS in here, you know what I mean? You have 18 MS plus 18 MS plus another 30 MS. So just for MS purposes and maybe a little bit of necrotic res, Yulia's Path could be nice. If you want to get extra zoomy. If you want to get max zoomies. Vion's Chariot, another interesting option if you have a 1 LP, because you have double MS, right? And then if you go for tier 7 MS in the prefix, you get auras, you get armor. Actually, this is a great option as well. Yeah, this is definitely, and if you have, yeah, this is definitely a good option. And if you have a lot of bonus MS from your Ghost Flame as well, 1% increased damage per 1% increased move speed is legit. So maybe this is the hyper late game choice, Vion's Chariot. If you have the patience to run arena and get your 1 LP Vion's Chariot 4 times, because you need 4 of these in order to land a tier 7 MS into it, you know, expected value. That could be a nightmare to farm. But if you have the patience, it could be a good option. Other boots that are worthwhile mentioning. I mean, advent of the erased. When you gain haste, you gain ward. This is a good option as well. And you have less damage over time taken while you have haste. This is a really good option as well. Because of the fact that we're going to be running tons of haste procs, right? Let's see. Look at this. Haste chance when hitting boss or rare, 25%. And we will be proccing just all sorts of nonsense. Chthonic Fissure with the spirits. Chaos Bolts with the shotgun. And then the Rip Bloods. Many Rip Bloods. So all of these procs are going to generate haste. And then that's going to be a decent number of ward, I think, actually. So yeah, that's a good option, actually. I think so. Yeah, Advent of the Erased is a good option for this build. So Vion is good. Vion's Chariot. Where did it go? Yeah, Vion's Chariot. Advent is good. Even Julia's is okay. Free Cold Res Max. It's not bad. Where'd that other one go? Transient Rest is okay. Foot of the Mountain is okay. A lot of good options for boots. Morning Frost is could be an interesting YOLO choice if you can get crazy decks, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, so that's about it though. But I think this is the easiest choice that synergizes for free very easily. So let's just assume that. Okay, I promise this is the last time we change the build. No, I'm kidding. We're probably going to change it another time. Okay. After patch notes. That's true. There's a 100% chance we're going to be changing after patch notes. And then let me just edit the description on the video to add this new build or the adjusted build. Okay, save. So yeah, if you go into the description of the video, you can grab the build planner and just play around with it and see if you want to make some changes on it for yourself. Sunday is new items. Sunday is uniques? We're getting all of the uniques or just a few of them? Oh, I got excited. I love uniques. I love planning with new uniques. Oh my goodness. That is so exciting, guys. Hype, hype, hype. So is it... Yeah, do you know if it's going to be all of the uniques or just some of them? Not sure. Someone just said all the new items bases. Oh, the item bases. Okay, cool. Do we know if they ever fixed the dancing strike bug for Blade Dancer? I really hope so, man. I hope they fixed most of the bugs. The link to the planner is if you go to the YouTube video for the build, it's called My Last Epoch 1.0 Warlock Season Start Build Plan. It's in this description there, but I'm just going to pop it in the chat on YouTube as well, just to make it easier for you. But yeah, make sure to double check in the description of that video before, considering running it, because I'm going to keep updating that description every time we make any changes. As we learn more about patch notes, new prefixes, etc., etc. Item affixes guaranteed should include. Okay. Oh, let me read here. Then on Sunday, we'll be covering some of the new item bases, item affixes, and unique items. You know what? To me, that reads that they're going to highlight 5 or 10 things. They're going to do what they did with the skill tree reveal for healing hand or whatever. They didn't actually show the entire skill tree. They just showed like 4 or 5 of the nodes. And it's nice to see those 4 or 5 nodes, but I want to see the whole tree, man. Show me the whole tree. Come on. But anyways, probably same thing with those affixes. They're going to be like, yeah, small teaser to hype. So, I guess we'll see what they do. Anyways. Yeah, I really hope they give Dammit that ability to do that, because yeah, Max Roll is they're trying a little bit too hard to abuse their community tester status to one up Dammit's tool, basically. And I'm not sure that I'm a big fan of it, but you know, that's why I want both parties to have the same info kind of thing. I guess it's also probably the way that Dammit updates it is probably based on a mass feed of maybe the code or something. Whereas I think these guys, they just plug numbers and have their own UI, etc., etc. So it's much easier to edit it on the Maxroll side, I think, than on Dammit's side. Dammit needs a much more specific, I think, set of data in order to update it. I could be wrong. Yeah, so the other thing to think about is with this build, if they change Mad Lato to be a lot weaker. Yeah, there we go. So he needs the client. So it's much more clunky to update. He pulls it from the client. Yeah. So it's much more clunky. Tough. Hunter, can you drop that in Discord? No links in the Twitch chat here. Here's the base. Not sure what the new gearing will be, but this is the base for the build. What do you think, guys? Should I allow Twitch chat links? I disabled it when I first started. What's the norm? Do people allow that stuff? I just feel like it just takes one virus or one link to wreck everything. You know what I mean? If a bunch of people click on it. Whitelist last epoch build. That's a fair point. Yeah. Let me check if that's easy to do here with Nightbot. No, that might be something I do inside the Twitch website. That's fine. I'll do it later. You can allow only Twitch links or build planner links. Yeah, okay. That's done in Twitch, right? Let me check it out. Let me just quickly check it out. Settings. Channel. Moderation. Block hyperlinks. There is no option to say only allow certain hyperlinks websites. Permitted terms and phrases. Yeah, no. Maybe it's through Nightbot. I'll look into it later. I don't want to waste you guys' time here. Troubleshooting stuff like that. Don't like doing that. Anyways. Lorien667. Is Poison Lich good currently? Before 1.0, Poison Lich is not very good. after 1.0, it's going to be a function of patch notes. So I think we probably are going to see the patch notes around Monday. So I guess we just have to wait and see whether Poison Lich is viable after patch notes. But currently it's just kind of weak. Just kind of weak. Aura of Decay. Yeah. So sorry. But right now it's a little bit on the weak side. Yeah, so what do you guys think? I think we made some good upgrades to the build. Honestly, I think Spirit Plague is going to be quite smooth. It also is going to make leveling extra smooth because all you need to do is replace Wandering Spirits at the right point in time. Oh, I need to change that 1.0 season start link. One sec. Oh no, that's the YouTube video. Never mind. So yeah, if you go to the YouTube video, in the description is the actual build planner. But yeah. So the only thing to consider is early game. At what point do we respec Wandering Spirits into Spirit Plague? I think the right play is going to be after a tough boss, because Spirit Plague and Chthonic Fissure are both going to be pretty good clear, but they're both going to struggle a little bit against bosses. So keeping Wandering Spirits for the boss kill potential is probably ideal until maybe around Monos, when, although that's level 30. No, actually, no. Once we beat Chapter 4. Kill Chapter 4, then switch to Spirit Plague perhaps. Because Spirit Plague is such a high value for Monos. Or maybe even earlier. Let me think. I probably need to review my YouTube video or my campaign progression. And yeah, maybe let me pull it up. I shared it on YouTube today actually, or was it yesterday? But either way, let me just pull it up and we'll find the right point roughly to swap. And I'm going to mute it. Okay, good. It's muted already. It's going to be probably somewhere around Chapter 3, Chapter 4. So let's say Chapter 3. I need to see the levels. What level are we here? Where's my level? Show me level. Oh. We just need to get lucky and find a spot where we check level. I think kind of around Chapter 5. I wonder what level we are around. Yeah, oh, okay, the area level. We're probably similar to area level. So 24, we're probably close to 23 here. 22, 23. Because I was trying to level up pretty high, pretty well alongside the area level. Yeah, so these are still 24. Somehow this is 24 as well. Multiple areas in a row to level 24. Interesting. So yeah, I think around Chapter 4. Maybe even at the beginning of Chapter 4. Yeah, I think that's the play. Finish Chapter 3. Kill the boss of Chapter 3. and then switch right after. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm going to go with. Right at the beginning of chapter 3, because the boss is now dead and we have a long playtime of, let's say, 20 some minutes of mostly fighting AoE enemies, just clear trash enemies. And then just one boss that's actually not very difficult, this guy. So, and then chapter 5, there's no real bosses in chapter 5. So yeah, I think chapter 3 is the right point in time to swap, because all we need is clear. After this point, all through monos, except for the one monolith boss, and for Jorah, basically there are 3 bosses in this next 3 hours. So for this 3 hours, just 3 bosses to kill. The chapter 4 boss, the first monolith timeline boss, and Jorah, that's it. So I think that's actually the final boss as well, but whatever. Basically, there's just a low need for boss killing. And especially after we finish chapter 9, it's even going to be more efficient to just run Spirit Plague together with Torment, because we're going to be Monolith Blessing running. So easy peasy. Okay, I think I have a plan. I think that's the plan. The level makes sense as well, right around level 21, 22. The only issue is, though, Torment needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 points to kick in, kind of. So maybe we spec, or rather respec, Wandering Spirits into Spirit Plague after we get this 7th point. Just because the damage on Torment is going to be significantly lower before this 3 points. So I think that might be the play. Because if we respec all of our damage sources into Chthonic Fissure and Spirit Plague, but both are super low level and super lacking in skill point investment, we're going to have a short period of struggle, and we want to avoid that. So once the damage kicks in on Fissure, we can respec Wandering Spirits into Plague, and yeah, it should be smooth sailing from there, I think. Anyways, the other option is to spec Spirit Plague at level 20. So, and then respec Wandering Spirits into Chthonic Fissures. That's an option too, because both of them will happen around the same time. So that's definitely an option as well. I'll think about that. I'll think about which one might be better, but you guys get the idea. We respec Wandering Spirits earlier than we previously thought, because we think we might be running Spirit Plague. So anyways, yeah, I think we have a good plan. A really solid endgame plan, guys. I'm probably going to get all the Warlock season starters in the channel. All the Warlock enjoyers, unite. We'll see how many we get. All right. Did somebody share a build plan in the Discord? Oh, okay. We have a question from Wake again. You finished all the quests in the game, but you see a floating blue side quests icon in Ancient Era when you open up the world map. Is this a bug, or do you see it too when you open up the map? On which? In which area? Sounds like, I don't know. I don't think it should be a bug. Oh, on each of the era. Those are that just means you have unfinished quests in those eras, right? Right now I have just 2 in Ancient Era. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have that as well. It looks like the monolith quests show up under Ancient Era for whatever reason. They should really show up under End of Time, but it looks like it's bugged. I'm seeing it as well on my end. It looks bugged to me. So I see a build planner on the Discord. Oh, this is empty. Empty build planner. Or are you just looking for the zombie stuff? Zombies. Yeah, no worries, wake again. Anytime, bro. Zombies. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what kind of prefixes we're gonna get, I suppose, with patch notes. Because prefixes in chest and helmet could significantly change a lot of these builds. So maybe we shouldn't commit on planning builds too early, too much, just because there's too many unknowns with prefixes. So maybe I'll hold off on posting a Falconer build until we see the patch notes. The new uniques should be part of the patch notes, right, guys? What do you guys think? Same. Unless I think they'll cover parts of them on Sunday. I don't think they'll show all of them on Sunday. But yeah, hopefully, who knows? If they show all of them, I'm going to be extremely happy to start planning away. Patch notes, I think most people are saying on Monday, 2 days before 1.0. So, depends on how many there are. I would assume at least 20. I hope at least 20. I don't know. You have 2 new classes. You have 1.0. It's just a random number I picked. I could be completely wrong. But, hey, do you guys have any builds for me to review? Because we don't really have a time. And also, I would rather wait for more information before we plan out more Falconer builds. But if you have any builds for me to review, I'd be happy to check them out. The other thing we could do is we could finish up and look into updating the loot filter. The max raw tier list. Armilia. Hey, Aweezy. Welcome, man. How you guys doing? No, it's all good. Don't need to be sorry, brah. I updated. So we looked through all the buffs and nerfs. Sorry, I was answering Armilia's question. Let me just answer Armilia's question first. He was asking me what do I think of Maxro's new tier list. Multiple thoughts. One thought is I am not a big fan of a massive organization that has literally like 5 or so people working as community testers, testing things out, releasing their, at least it's from their perspective, the relative power of everything coming out in the new patch before anybody has seen the patch notes. I think that is pretty scummy. I think that is very detrimental to the player enjoyment. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's my unpopular opinion, but that's one opinion I have. And part of that is coming from Diablo 4. When, if you guys remember, Rob, he was the only person that essentially leaked or posted, made a YouTube video or a bunch of YouTube videos showing the most powerful build in Diablo 4 before the game came out. So literally every barbarian when the game came out was running the exact same build. Every single barbarian. And it's such a sad state where the game is solved, potentially mostly solved, right before patch comes out. Like, that should never be the case. That deletes the exploration part of ARPGs. And to me, exploration part is the most fun. So I say, I don't like it. I'm gonna try and not look at their tier list. I glimpsed at a few things because it's hard to not look at tier lists. And there were a bunch of things that I thought they got completely wrong. But I'm not a community tester. I'm like all of you guys. We're all on the same page, or at least most of us. I know we have some community testers probably in chat. But I'm like, second grade citizen, just like you guys. I don't have any insider information. I don't go asking people for insider information because I don't care. I enjoy the exploration process when a new game comes out and you need to learn every little bit and see, okay, this is how this works. No CTs here. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a CT. CTs do great work. They support the game by testing and giving ESG feedback. So I'm not bashing CTs in any way whatsoever. I just am against using CT privileges to essentially front run. One is front run other content creators. Two is remove the exploration component of ARPGs. And all that leaking stuff, don't love it per se. I think that's something that has become a huge part of modern gaming that I'm not a huge fan in general. I like to go into a game and know, very little about it. A huge enjoyment of gaming for me is just discovering and trying things out. But anyways, you do feel like people are semi-leaking stuff in their streams? Yeah, and they have NDAs, and they're really not allowed that. So I hope that, and actually, I am a little bit guilty of asking. I know when Perry raided me one time, I asked him, "Hey, what do you think of Falconer? Is it OP?" You know what I mean? Just based on what we knew about Falconer so far a couple of days ago. And then I thought about it, I shouldn't be asking him that because he's CT and, it's just not a fair question. So there's learnings there for me too, to not set up people for potentially revealing information that they shouldn't, you know what I mean? So I'll definitely try to avoid asking CT's questions just to avoid that awkwardness. But he was great about it. He didn't give any info, so kudos to him. Yeah, this has become a part of gaming culture nowadays, and I agree it's not great. I would love for NDAs to be more enforced and to be harsher. You think the thing with ESG and Diablo Blizzard allows and actively wants this? That's another problem, is that the developers, the company benefits from all this because it generates buzz, it generates YouTube viewership, and I hate it, man. It's just such a lose-lose situation for the player base. Like the content creators win, the company wins, but the player base loses because the player base doesn't get to enjoy the game and actually explore and learn and go through that process of trial and error. For Blade Dancer, too many of your build perfect for you? John. And then Kaza from YouTube is saying one should play what looks fun to the individual person, not what is considered OP. Yeah. You don't like tier lists, Thean, because people should play what they think is fun, not something is a tier. No, I get all of that. And at the same time, I also have made my own tier list, but I have tried very hard to keep it, local to what I have tested personally. And I have a very limited time myself, I have a full-time job, I have kids, so there are not very many builds that I can actually fully test. It's not even comparable to, let's say, Maxroll, who have like multiple people, full-time content creators, you know what I mean? The amount of time that one can invest. They had catered dinner with EHG at Gamescom too. Well, I don't know, it's give and take. I don't mind so much a catered dinner. I think it really depends, right? If they paid for their own flights over there, it can be a nice little perk or something. I don't know, but I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of corporate processes leaking into the gaming content creation culture. Like Maxrow is literally a corporation nowadays, right? Yeah, I totally agree with you, Tectonic, on the community tester comment. Yeah. So, Louise, you're saying some things are objective truths. ForgeGuard is bad, is an objective truth. You're welcome to play it, but it doesn't stop. No, that's true. And it's fine for that to be a truth. But what I'm saying is if ForgeGuard gets absolutely insane buffs, and we find that through max roll, not even through EHG, if we find out that ForgeGuard is the best class in 1.0 because of some stupid tier list that max roll posts, and they're literally front running EHG's patch notes, EHG's 1.0, that to me is a disgrace. That to me is a massive disgrace. Right? So that I think that's where corporations need to draw a line and say, hey, we appreciate your support. We appreciate everything you're doing for the community, for us, because you're hyping up our game. But you know what? You're blowing up the NDA. Yeah, exactly. So there's NDAs for a reason. So anyway, so that's just my humble opinion. I'm going to right away acknowledge that I am biased because they're also front running me and I'm a content creator. So they're front running me with insider information. And, you know, if you look at trading, this is called insider trading. And it's not a cool thing, right? But they've kind of been blessed, you know. They've been blessed by EHG. They just have to abide by the NDA. But anyways, I'm definitely biased. So I'm going to acknowledge that my opinion and my stance is biased. So you guys don't have to have the same stance as me. It's totally cool by me. They made a tier list before 1.0. Indeed, before we saw patch notes. There's a tier list for bossing and a tier list for clear. Yeah. I'm just voicing my opinion because people asked. But I just had a really negative experience with Diablo 4 because of the fact that there was exactly one build that was viable for leveling, and that was Whirlwind. And that was known before the game came out, and there was zero build diversity when Diablo 4 came out. And that deletes most of the fun. Definitely the design of the game was problematic, but it's also the fact that everybody knew there's a bunch of broken items that Blizzard didn't think very far ahead and didn't design them very well. But you know what I mean? Like at least if we didn't know that these items existed ahead of time, we would have had to wait until somebody found these items and they tried this build out. It's just so silly that we discover everything and all the most OP things 2 days or 3 days prior to release. I just don't love it. Don't love it. Need a RPG SEC? Stranded Bullfrog. Do GGG have a pretty tight ship on smacking people down if they leak stuff? What do you mean when you say that no leaks patches? Super tight? I respect that. Because sometimes it's in their best interest for little leaks to come out here and there and people get hyped, right? So I think the developer has some benefit from things leaking out. Well, I guess Awizi, it's a fair point. How much room is there given to operate? I guess that's something we don't know. So we don't know what the NDAs are. We don't know what the stuff is. So I shouldn't say that they're breaching NDAs, because they may very well not be. They may very well be doing exactly what they should be. So that's a good point. But either way, I still hold my stance that this is unhealthy for the player base. This is not good for the player base, regardless of the NDA. And maybe it's just a lesson to be learned, right? Basically, what Stranded Bullfrog is saying about GGG and about PoE, things are tight, right? Everybody should get patch notes at the same time. That's how it should be. I love it. So GGG have figured this out already. I hope we get that as well eventually. Tight NDAs is the way to go, man. Community grew a lot past couple of years. Before that, there was hardly any creators and info being released, and everyone was on the same page about game info. Beta testers don't leak. Yeah, beta testers shouldn't be leaking. Right? I completely agree. I do believe EHG are finding their footing on this one. I think they're learning, and they're fast learners. I think you have to keep in mind that this is their first kind of big release. I mean, 0.9 was also big, but this is the official launch. So I think, I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to fault them. I just think it's a good learning, and I at the very least, I can mention it, and hopefully it leads to some positive. Who knows? I do love EHG, though. I think they're really fast learners. I'm very impressed with everything I've seen from EHG. So I do believe if this gets voiced enough, maybe EHG listen to that voice, and next time around they have tighter NDAs and they follow the GGG strat. You think this is a one-off and next cycle will be tight? That's nice. I hope so too. Well, I don't care about blaming. I'm just saying this is unhealthy for the player base. Let's just forget blaming per se. I'm just gonna say it's just totally unhealthy for the player base and the game, regardless of who, what did what are the NDAs, who's allowed to do what. It's just not a good look in my mind. How is the cosmetics gonna work, Kaza? I don't even know how the cosmetics works. Yeah, I agree with you, Tian. We give him the room to improve, and I think it's also something that we should give them room to improve, because, I mean, frankly, I love the company. I think they've done a great job so far, and I'll give him that room to improve, right? Like, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna crucify them over one little thing like that. It's just, yeah. Maybe I should make a YouTube video about it and rant on YouTube, and maybe hopefully ESG see it. That's the only intent, really, is hopefully ESG see my rant. I don't really care about good content. Honestly, for me, it's about cleaning up the game that I love, and creating something, or at least improving on this game that I love, right? Like, it's fine this happened with 1.0, but 1.1 or whatever next patches Can we not have literally the best builds for the upcoming patch be leaked before even patch notes are released by AG? I think so too, Yapostia. Tectonic, I highly doubt it. This is the biggest monopoly on content creation. Maxroll has so much influence, partially because they have the Diablo guys behind them. They have you cannot cut off Maxroll. As much as I would like to think that they could get away with cutting off Maxroll, there's no chance. Exactly, but it's just they have too much leverage. Think about, there's Woody Joe, there's Rax. Those guys have, thousands, maybe even millions of people would watch their videos. You cannot cut those guys out. Yeah. Even if the Maxroll guides are awful, which some of them are not great, Maxroll is too big. And that's the problem. This is why I don't like, big, massive corporations seeping into, even nowadays, build guides. Build guides have become corporate. They're not going to give them the CT? Yeah, possible, yeah. That's possible. Yeah, Maxroll has become too big and it's unhealthy. Well, they do. They try to grab the best content creators for every game. So the quality is it's not bad. They definitely make some mistakes, but the quality is honestly not bad. It's just, yeah. No, I agree with you, Yapostia. I would love to see a tier list like, I don't know, 1 week after the game is out. Releasing tier lists 1 week before the game is out, that's next level. Magnites, potentially unfair it might be for a certain outlet getting early access permission to post early. It is good for the overall health of the game. This game needs to attract broader audience. That I completely agree with. But that kind of stuff generally in the past has been in the form of game reviews. So you know that these big game review companies like GameStop and whatever, they get early access to every single game. But what they're allowed to do with that access is post a review of the actual game. No, they're not allowed to go and say, this is the best thing to do in your game. This is how you should play the game. And this is the perfect, most optimized way that I tested and tried because of my 1,000 hours of early game access. So I agree with you on that point, but I think they've just missed what their purpose should be as getting that early access and permission. The early access and permission should lead to, hey, this game is awesome, you should play this game. Not, hey, this is the optimal way to play the game. I did it because I had 1,000 hours of early access. Guides should be off limits. Tier lists should be off limits of early access and permissions. So I completely agree with you, Magnites. I just think we need to, segment the different kinds of content that people with early access and permissions should be allowed to post. No, Awizi, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about IGN or GameSpot or Zizaran or Kriparian. The same thing applies to all of them. All of these entities should abide to the same rules. Talk about the actual gameplay. Talk about what the game entails. Give a review. Don't talk about build guides. Don't talk about what's optimal in the game. Don't do that. So it's the exact same mentality that I have from both sides. It doesn't matter if it's Crip or if it's GameSpot. It's all the same. They should be hyping up the game, as Magnite is saying, and not leaking the best build in the game. No, I hear you, Waro, and I appreciate that. That's a good mentality to have. I respect that. Anyways, I think because yeah, exactly, and that's what Diablo 4 turned out to be. But yeah, I think we've beaten this topic to death. I think everybody raised some really solid points, and we can move on. Hey, Fano85, good morning. Yeah, some people like to do their own thing. Some people like to get a build guide, especially people coming from PoE. I suspect most people coming from PoE are going to expect a build guide, right? So they don't, I think a lot of the people from PoE don't know that it's really much easier to create a build in Last Epoch than it is in PoE. So anyway, good chat, guys. Good chat. I enjoyed it. It helped me clear my thoughts a little better and process what exactly were my frustrations with this. And you guys brought good counterpoints as well. Yeah, bring me that build on Discord. Let's open up the build. Ginger, send it over. Send it over on Discord and I'll open it up. Okay, do you have it? Build theory crafting. There we go. Ginger. Hey, that didn't work. You didn't save it. Can you save it and try again? I see like 2 items, bro. I also hope they don't nerf Earthquake. But you know what? I have a feeling because they're upgrading Shaman, right? They're releasing 2 new Shaman skills. They might let Earthquake be because they might try to make Shaman, viable with Earthquake as a spell. And in order to do that, they have to keep a lot of the more multipliers, right? So, maybe because of the fact that they want to buff Shaman, maybe it stays alive. Who knows? Okay, so do you want to just check out the skills? Is that what you're saying? Ginger? Do you want me to just look at the skills here? Gathering Storm. I think both of them look interesting, but we got to see the full skills. Okay. So skills and passive. So let's figure this out. So you've got zombies, not the big ones. Sorry, not the big ones, not the triple ones. Ignite the zombies. And they create Inferno Shades. Okay. And we have Boom Booms with the Inferno Shade. And this procs the Inferno Shade. And this creates Inferno Shades on enemies. So we have multiple sources of Inferno Shade. We kill our own zombies. So what is the main damage source of the build? It's probably Inferno Shade, right? It's gotta be Inferno Shade. Oh no, it's Witchfire. Oh. Is it Witchfire? No, wait, Inferno Shade. Unless you want to proc Witchfire with Inferno Shade. That could be interesting. However, that's going to get overwritten, perhaps, by Chthonic Fissure, I suspect. So how many Inferno Shades would this generate? So this could be up to 8 versus clear versus enemies. So one thing that I'm curious is you seem to have 2 sources of popping. Oh no, wait, this pops the zombies. Okay, so that pops the zombies and creates Inferno Shades. How are we going to generate zombies though? Do we manually cast zombies? Or do we create them here? This thing makes zombies, right? Zombies, where are you? Zombies are down here. Oh, Inferno Fissure creates zombies. Here we go. No. Okay. Okay. So we auto-create zombies with Fissure. Then we auto-pop them with... No. We auto-pop them with the Chaos Bolt from the Fissure. And then the volatile zombies auto-apply Inferno Shade, which then gets automatically eaten by... The interactions here are kind of hilarious. It's like a 4-step chain. So that's kind of hilarious. So Fissure creates zombies, which gets procced or popped by bolts, which then creates a shade, which then gets popped by Fissure, by the spirits. Fascinating. That's pretty crazy, man. Cast Fissure at rares and bosses, profane veil through monos. But you're not getting the cooldown. So this is going to have like 20% uptime. The uptime on this is very low. So many triggers on Warlock indeed. Kind of funky. You could get some more uptime on Curse cast, but you don't have a curse to cast. Yeah, I can dig that actually. I think Profane Veil. The only issue is the cooldown, really. And it says cooldown does not recover during use. So you're really going to have like a very low uptime. That's the only concern I have for the build. I'm not sure about the damage. It's hard to gauge because there's just so many procs. It's really hard to tell what's going to happen. I'm not sure that this is enough more damage multipliers, to be honest. Maybe. Why don't you run the dagger? Why don't you run Ghostmaker? What do you think about Ghostmaker? More damage, more shade damage per active wraith. Yeah, this could be decent. Shift seems better than Assault. Yeah, I don't know about Assault. It doesn't seem to provide a whole ton. Oh, the mana. I didn't even think about the mana. No, Inferno Shade is not Wraith. But you can proc Wraith summoning when you kill an enemy. 15%, 11 to 16% chance. The Wraith Maker interaction going on bosses, I agree. This is going to be pretty, I don't know, rough against bosses. Do you have any other ways to create Wraiths if you're not a Necro? Because they're obviously a Necro specific or a local to Necro skill. Minion auto curses? Right. So how would the mana look like? So 18 mana. That's quite a bit. Yeah, that could be quite a bit of mana. Volatile Zombie is 16. Yeah, I think mana could be a real problem for this build. Do you know if this Inferno Shade proc costs the full mana cost of Inferno Shade? It doesn't actually specify it. Usually it tells you whether or not it does. Elcry, you wanted to try a full bleed setup with Warlock, autocasting Bone Curse, Chaos Bolt, Rib Bloods. That all bleed, but it looks like Witchfire is just flat stronger. You think so? They just nerfed Witchfire, by the way, guys. The Witchfire passives. This one right here, it went from 2 and 6% to 1 and 3%. So they nerfed these, the bonuses, the more multipliers that you get here by half for Witchfire. So maybe it was too strong. It kind of looks like it must have been too strong. Well, the fact that they nerfed it means that it was crazy good, guys, right? Surely. Otherwise, why nerf it, right? Yeah, anyway, interesting build though. I like this kind of crazy, this procs, that procs, this procs, that. I'm not sure that it would deal enough damage. And I'm not sure that you would have enough mana for it. Those would be my concerns. Could be that it's not a problem. You also, I was going to say you don't have a traversal skill, but I guess Profane Veil is technically a traversal skill. Mana is a huge issue. Possibly, yeah. All right, we have one more build. Okay, we have one more build. Let's check it out. Who's this from, sorry? This is from Axantos. Axantos sent a build on Discord. We'll check it out as well. Hype, hype, hype. So let's see. Okay, so we have a Mad Lado, Bone Clamor. Could be a Torment. Yeah, it is a Torment build. So this seems similar to what I was thinking. So that should be decent. So here we're speccing into hit damage. So that is a bit of a discrepancy or misalignment. You have a dot damage skill set up here, but a hit damage set up here. So it will be hard to make both of them do actual damage. And you also don't have crit maxed out. So this is going to be just a little tiny bit of damage. I guess the issue is Chaos Bolts doesn't really have too many useful nodes to invest into. So it's not a big deal. I would think about putting a Seed of Chaos points. 1 point, it's okay. But anyway, not a big deal. Nothing crazy so far. So what are you trying to do with Rib Blood? Rib Blood spec like this is actually 9 mana, so -3. So it's 6 mana cost. And what are you trying to do with it? You're trying to deal damage. Speccing it into damage. I guess you're not planning on actively casting Rib Blood if you don't have Arcane Absorption maxed out. If you want to cast it manually, you must max this one. This is too good to miss out on if you're actively direct casting it. If you're gonna leave it to be proc based, it's okay to leave it at 2. But if you're gonna active cast it, yeah, you want to max this out. It's just too good. So is it a Chaos Bolt, I guess, hit damage? If you want it to be a Chaos Bolt build, like you're thinking your main DPS source is Chaos Bolt, I don't think it's going to deal that much damage, honestly. You don't have max crit, and there aren't very many more damage multipliers in the Chaos Bolt skill tree, like other than this one. I don't think you get much DPS out of it. Bone Curse, yeah, this is a good note to go down here. You get the Mark for Death. A little bit of Bone Armor, not bad. Kill Threshold, that's nice. Yeah, so just a little bit of a utility skill in Bone Curse. Profane Veil. Scorn, I think, is really nice for Profane Veil. Azor. Nice, me too. Are you going to play Warlock 1.0? Gonna be sweet. Warlock Army Unite. Elemental Dot is only Wand and Staff. I think you're right. Fafnirski. I do believe you're right. I don't think it spawns in Scepters. Another Warlock? Nice. So, Profane Veil, I think these could be interesting with the little orbs. I'm not sure how much damage they're going to deal, but they look neat. I don't know. They look cool. Yeah, throw it over. Just, yeah, after I go through this one, we'll check it out. And you have the cooldown reduction, but you have to keep in mind that, and this is speculative a little bit, I don't think Chthonic Fissure, even though it has the curse tag, I don't think if you cast Chthonic Fissure, that's going to proc this one. Because I think the curse tag actually belongs to its sub-skills, Torment. The Torment is the actual skill that is a curse. So, I would not recommend. Sorry, not that I would not recommend. You would have to cast Bone Curse. Bone Curse is your curse skill that is actively castable, and it can proc this cooldown reduction. Yeah. So, anyways, I could be wrong though. It does have the curse tag, so I could be wrong. It's just from past experience, having seen tags on the skill, which actually these tags are meant for the sub skill or for one of the skills within the skill, it generally works that way. But you know, ESG sometimes implement things, not always consistently. So it could go either way. Profane Veil and Spirit Plague. Is there like a Spirit Plague application somewhere? Nope. Nope. The curse tag. Yeah, right. And that's okay. They fix it usually. It does apparently lower the cooldown. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So there you go. I'm wrong. It's good to test these things out because, like I said, it could always go either way. I know it has the curse tag, but yeah. Anyways, that's good. Either way, so we're saying that based on, I'm assuming community tester info. Oh, okay, Aaron tested it. Okay, good. So we don't need to test that. So we know it applies. The only issue is though, you want theoretically to be casting a curse multiple times, but this curse costs 45 mana. I don't think anybody would want to be spamming Chthonic Fissure to reduce this cooldown. So you probably want to cast it once and then follow it up with Bone Curse or something else to get these cooldown reduction uses. So, anyways. Yeah, Spirit Plague could be a good source of cooldown reduction because it is a 0 mana curse. Okay, let's see what other builds we got. Let's check it out. Stacking Torment and Curses for more damage. So you've got the Torment, no Chaos Bolts. You've got Spirit Plague for a ward, for a little bit extra damage. If you want to... Yeah, you have 100 int. If you want to get damage out of Spirit Plague, you have to get Plague of Ice with some int investment. Oh, you're going to redo it? Oh, man. Exciting times, guys. What is this? 4 days? 4 days. It's technically the 17th today. 4 days until 1.0. Okay, I'll try the link again. Okay. Let's open it up. This one. What was I looking at? Oh, Spirit Plague. Okay, you got the Plague of Ice. You changed that up. Okay, so you got the mana. Okay. So it's... Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Profane Veil. Bone Curse on exit. Penance. More damage to cursed while concealed. I think this node is interesting. Scorn. Profane Veil deals more damage per 10% global bleed chance on hit. So this is interesting. Are you speccing into bleed at all? No, you don't have bleed. So you're not actually taking much advantage of that. I mean, either way, Profane Veil, I don't think it's going to deal any damage unless you go into the orbs. So this is actually fine. You don't want to spec into bleed. It doesn't give you anything. Transplant, you're getting some Rip Bloods. This is the same. Okay, this is the same. Rip Blood. Okay, I see. And so what is the main damage source? Is going to be... Oh, wait, you're running Transplant and Profane Veil. They're both traversal abilities, right? Wait, Profane Veil, no. Profane Veil is not a traversal. Never mind. It can become a traversal up here. Yeah, up here it becomes a traversal. Right. Okay, yeah, so you can have both of them. Now, in terms of damage... So I guess you're raising the point of, in the build that I'm proposing here, you're saying, do we need Chaos Bolts? What does Chaos Bolts give us? And you're replacing Chaos Bolts with something else. In this case, it's Profane Veil. But the important thing is you're dropping Chaos Bolts, relatively speaking. And what does Chaos Bolt give us? It gives us Rip Blood procs, which is free ward. In this case, probably around 250, 300 ward per second. Assuming it's 2 times per second max on the Rip Blood. So we get 300 ward per second. We get a bunch of procs of stuff because these are projectiles. They hit enemies. They proc stuff. I don't know if that has crazy value. Then we also get Bone Curse. Bone Curse is nice. A little bit of Bone Curse. It's an extra curse. It gives us 5% more damage. And I think there are certain things that are curse conditional. So there's that as well. But that's about it. In terms of mana cost, okay, it does probably regain mana. It's probably a net gain on mana. So actually, that's one thing that it gives us. Chaos Bolt is net gain on mana. Because we proc 3 of them. They cost 4 mana. Sorry, no, less than 4. It's 3 mana. Because it's going to be 10 minus 3 because of the wand. And times 0.4 after that. Sorry, times 0.6. Okay, so it's about 5 mana actually. Let's check it. So it's 7 mana times 0.6. So it's 42, yeah. 4.2. So 4.2 seconds. Sorry, 4.2 mana cost. And then we get 6 mana back. Yeah, so it's a net gain on the mana. So that's a benefit. Yep. No, I hear you. I like the fact that you're getting it. In fact, it's 5 points. I could get these 5 points to give me damage. So it's like 50% more damage. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. I don't think you need Necrotic Res Shred maxed out. So I definitely don't think you need 3 points in here. Because you get so many spirit procs or hits. You have a max Necrotic Res stack count of 10. So you just need to hit a single enemy 5 times to max it. So against bosses, 2 points is more than enough. I think 2 points is probably the right amount, maybe 1 point, but 2 points is probably okay. And then I'd say Death from Below is good. Yeah, Death from Below. But yeah, back to on my build. Do we care about Chaos Bolts? It is net gain on mana. The mana thing is real. We might pivot. I guess the question is, do we need the mana if we're going to use Spirit Plague for clear and we're going to save Chthonic Fissure for bossing? If that's the playstyle we're going for, we might not need the mana. The ward generation is still great though from Chaos Bolts. That's true, and somebody was saying about Chaos Bolts being, I don't know, being good prefixes for them. Yeah, I guess it might be a function of uniques and prefixes. But if we were to drop Chaos Bolts, is there even a better alternative? It has to be a low cast requirement because we want to be casting Rip Blood or Spirit Plague or Ghost Flame. We don't want to be casting a 5th skill. Anything that maybe is an insta cast. What about a minion? Does a minion make any sense? Probably not. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. They were looking at it as a DPS skill. Okay, cool. Aura of Decay. Yeah, I don't think Aura of Decay is good. I don't think it's a good skill right now. Minion no good. I agree. What else? What else? What else? What else? Hey, transplant? No. No, I don't see it. I think. Yeah, I think the Chaos Bolt setup is optimal. I just don't see a better alternative. Profane Veil with the 50% more damage. It's nice, but that 2 seconds is a period where we're not casting Rib Blood. So our global spell damage is going to decrease. So even though we're getting damage from the multiplier, we're losing damage by not casting Rib Blood. So it's a little bit restrictive. Wandering Spirits is definitely something that I would consider. But Wandering Spirits, it kind of fits the build nicely because it's low requirements from casting. You just cast it once every 10 seconds. It's a damage over time. It's necrotic. But it just doesn't do enough damage in the late game, I feel like. If it got another unique, like there's that one unique that's Wandering Spirits oriented, right? This one, I have a 4 LP Chronicle of the Damned, by the way, in the current online season. Not season, but this is my only 4 LP that I got in online, guys. My only 4 LP is this one. Mike did confirm today they are adding more uniques, not just for the new classes. Yeah, they always do that. They always do that. How Node Soul Eater in Warlock passive tree works? Is that the mana one? Yeah, okay, so they just made a mistake for Finirsky. They made a mistake. That cooldown line should be just deleted. It's 3 seconds cooldown, always, regardless of how many points you've invested. Sunday 4 uniques. Oh, that's interesting. All of that YouTube. Why did all those chat things show up now? Streamlabs must have been glitching. Interesting. Yeah, I'm excited to see some uniques. I am hyped. The Healing Hands reveal looked pretty sweet. Yeah, I can see all of the comments, but they weren't showing for some reason. That's so weird. Must have been some glitch on Streamlabs or something. So the Healing Hands. Let me pull that up actually. I'll grab it real quick. Healing Hands. Healing Hands, Healing Hands. Where did they put it? Was it not on the forum? Or did stuff just get buried? Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. All right. I got it. I'm just dumb, guys. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Here we go. Healing Hands. Let me turn off Dark Reader. So Healing Hands chance per melee hit. So this is a really cool way. So here's my first thought. It doesn't work with Warpath. It is a melee hit though, Warpath. When you directly use a melee attack. Oh, you know why? Because it says when you directly use. You're only using Warpath once. So you're only using Warpath at the beginning. So it's only going to proc at the beginning of you using Warpath. Maybe? Yeah, I think that's how it reads, right? But here's the first thought that I have when I see this here, Cleric's Hammer. This skill node right now enables Helm of the Mountain in a lot of different melee builds. Because all of a sudden you don't need to worry about your heal from lifesteal. You can go Helm of the Mountain. Whereas before, Helm of the Mountain was not usable because you could not turn off your life leech. With this, you can afford to turn off your life leech. And also, I wonder how this is going to work for VK. Because VK in the past has not been able to heal themselves with Smite. I think, yeah. Yeah, if they go Smite, it doesn't heal them if they go Hammer, Throw, Smite. But this might be an option for VK to all of a sudden have that and be able to run Helm of the Mountain, Peak of the Mountain. Sounds good, Tectonic. GG's, bro. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for the build planner as well. That was good. We got through a bunch of build planners. And honestly, I think these are legitimate ideas to think about, dropping the Chaos Bolts. And we'll have to see after the uniques and after the patch notes whether it's worth Auto Bomber Smite. Well, Auto Bomber is not a melee attack though. So you're saying the extra fire damage? No, but it's only on direct smite cast. So it doesn't, you can't get extra damage. I think it's this one. No, not this one. Where did it go? The one that adds damage to your smites. Yeah, this one. Hand of Aurelius. When you directly cast Smite, you have a chance to cast Healing Hands around target location. 70% mana cost. But this is directly used Smite. Healing Hands now hits enemies with its area AoE. Which other node? This is only on direct smite cast. Which other node? You can convert it to a melee attack. This is interesting as well. Lots of cool stuff. The attack animation seems very slow though. A little bit on the slow side. Unbroken Prayer and Skyfall. Oh, the Auto Bomber, you're directly casting Smite. Okay. I see. So, okay, so it's not the Hammer Throw one. It's the Auto Bomber for orbs and then direct cast Smite for bossing. The only issue is this is fire damage. Oh, you can probably convert it to void damage. I'm sure for VK, they'll give him an option to convert it to void damage and to have it vitality scaling. Interesting though. Is direct casting Smite ever going to be a build? Because direct casting Smite has been so awkward. It has not really been a thing at all. And I'm talking for a non-VK. I guess we'll see. Divine Bolt. So this is a little bit... You know what this reminds me of? Fist of Heavens or Fist of the Heavens. whatever that skill from Diablo 2 was called, where you plop the fist and it explodes in these little bolts, right? Holy bolts. That's what this one reminds me of. I guess it's cast on yourself. So that's a little weird. When you directly cast Healing Hands and heal yourself or an ally. This is interesting as well. Raya's Chariot. Dash to target location. Count as a traversal skill. Cooldown 6 seconds. Seraph Blade. Deal fire. So yeah, we kind of saw that. I don't know. These look cool, but it's impossible to gauge whether they're going to ever see any use because we don't know what kind of more multipliers they're going to get. So I just kind of scroll over. A channeling skill is even more difficult to make usable. Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky to make it usable. Finally, yeah, that's actually solid, actually. Charge is such a nasty skill. You might want to spec into this just for the mobility, just for the traversal. I kind of agree. You know what this one reminds me of? There was a similar looking skill in Walson. Do you guys remember that? There was like this, you channel this beam and it just zaps everything. Maybe it wasn't channeling. Maybe it was like you cast it and it moves around by itself in Walson. That's what this reminds me of. It's cool though. Sunfire. Yeah. Oh yeah, you said it, Kaza. It looks like Walson. You said it before me. That's awesome. That is awesome. You have the bleed setup, Elcry? You posted it. Did you post a link somewhere? In the Discord? In Discord. By the way, guys, I should be eligible for Twitch drops or whatever on Wednesday. Hopefully. I think I'm on the list. I think I'm on ESG's list for Twitch drops. In chat? I don't think YouTube lets you drop links. I don't see any links. Yeah, I don't see any links. YouTube probably deleted it. Drop it in Discord. Is that yours? Is this... Okay, so just the skills, hey? I'll be muted in the background. Is that how the Twitch drop works? Isn't it? Yeah, anyways. Yeah. I don't even know what the Twitch drops are going to be. Like what kind of... It's going to be probably a bunch of cosmetic stuff. I personally don't care about cosmetics, but plenty of people do so. I'm just letting you guys know that we'll have Twitch drops. 1% volume. Get it done. Okay, so you're doing a Torment build. You're not running the crit multi. You're converting to bleed. Wait, so are you speccing into Torment? Or bleed? I'm confused. Cosmetics don't have a more damage multiplier. You know it. You figured it out. You know exactly what I think about. How much more damage are these cosmetics going to make me do? 0? No thanks. The only cosmetic I ever enjoyed was in Dota 2. I had this cosmetic on my Skywrath Mage that counted my hero kills for me, you know? And so every now and then I would look at it and I'd be like, oh, damn, I'm running like 15 kills per game. I used to play Skywrath mid, and that was long time ago. I used to run Skywrath mid and just Zap everybody. Fun times. Torment. Style is always with you when you kill. So Torment should trigger enough for the curse to damage conversion and damage over time modifiers. So you're saying you're going to get the 5% more multi? So you're talking about this 5% more damage per curse on the target, right? So that's one reason to have Torment. Right? That's what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Wait, so it's not a bleed build though, because you're speccing heavily into spell damage. It very much looks like a spell damage build in a lot of different ways. Also, why do you have this crit multi? Because you're not specced into the crit multi node on Torment? You know what I mean? You don't have the crit multi node. Maybe you meant to put the crit multi node, eh? Bleed Warlock? It could be legit, yeah. What do you want to spec into bleed? Oh, you need +2, so you want to put that there. And then this Chaos Bolt, you're going for bleed. Bleed. You have to have Grave for 2, right? You want to look, you want to run low life, right? I guess you can't run low life with Devour the Damned, or maybe you can, it's just rough. But dot per 20 missing health seems really strong if you can spec into low life. You're working on a bleed planner? Only with Chaos Bolts I would consider bleed. I think Chaos Bolts bleed could be legit. You don't know how the mana issue will be? Yeah, I hear you. So you want to really get this one, so you are staying away from low life because you want the mana regen here. Fair, fair. So you're proccing a bunch of orbs. I would not go into the orbs. I would more focus on damage to cursed while concealed. I think Scorn is better value for you here. Rip Blood. I wouldn't focus on Rip Blood too much either, because you're not really picking more damage multipliers. So even though you're applying many bleed stacks, they're going to be very low damage. I would focus on Chaos Bolts as your source of bleed damage and just try to min-max around that. I don't think Rip Blood's bleeds would be strong. I think you can just ignore them and spec it into utility more than anything else. How clunky it looks. Chunky. I see. Chunky. Can't wait to use it. Yeah, the explosion is pretty neat. But yeah, if I were to go bleed Warlock, I would definitely go low life. Definitely go dot per 20 missing health. Definitely go fizz damage over time per 4% cold res. And then, I don't know about Rip Blood. I would consider Rip Blood for mana gain. Not for any other purposes though. Yeah, I think bleed is probably viable for Warlock. It's probably pretty strong, if anything, with Chaos Bolts. I think so. And a similar thing here. I'm not sure that you want to care about bleed from Chthonic Fissure as well, because there's no more damage multipliers that are being applied to this bleed. So these 2 points, in my opinion, are just not valuable. They're not giving you anything. Just pick one skill to be your main bleed damage source. Everything else, and it's going to be Chaos Bolt. Everything else it just doesn't have the more damage multipliers to be viable. You think they ever make something that ailments can also crit? Maybe like a unique item. They might do that. I don't think they'll do like a mechanic though, but you never know. They could. I don't know. The game is still young. There's much more time, many more patches to be had, many more uniques to be designed. I'm excited, man. Fizz convert is for spreading. Okay, good point. Where's that convert? Oh, this one. Fellfire? This Fellfire? Hey, Sleepless. For bleed overload. How does bleed overload work again? What's the exact benefit of bleed overload? I can't remember. So you want to have 25 stacks. Fair. I mean, I think you should be able to easily get those. Oh, okay. It will work. So the bleed conversion, so it will be a bleed spread rather than a ignite spread. Cool. That's good to know. Could be some hype stuff there. So yeah, so if you want to spread that, I guess you're looking for 1 point here, 1 point here, something like that. Rip blood on bone curse timeout. Bleed chance. Yeah, that bleed chance doesn't get it just doesn't get good multipliers, so it's not great. Not great. Anyways, yeah, I mean, this is cool. I think you just lack maybe a little bit of mobility. You don't have any traversal skills. So that's one concern here, right? A freeze cold build. What do we have for cold? I don't think so. What is the freeze rate multiplier? Maybe this website has it. I think stacking freeze rate multi is fun. Just because perma freezing bosses is fun. And something else that freeze is actually independent of the enemy's max HP, whereas stun is a function of enemy HP. So you're going to be, it's pretty much impossible to stun Jorah. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just very tough. Whereas freezing Jorah is very viable because freeze rate multi and all that freeze stuff does not have the enemy HP into the formula. It's just it's just independent of enemy HP. So freezing Jorah and freezing bosses is a lot of fun. So I don't know, stacking cold res could be neat, especially if you're running frostbite shackles, you know? Put frostbite shackles on, so cold res gives you ward retention on top, gives you freeze rate multi, and so if you have a chaos bolt build and you do that, I think that would be fun. That would be fun. I'd definitely consider that one day. And actually you get a little bit of frostbite chance here and there as well. It's just not going to scale as well as physical damage because you are stacking cold res. And you can easily stack, let's say 500% cold res. That is 3,000 freeze rate multi. Hey. Fizz Shred is on the cold res blessing. Yeah, good point. I mean, can we get Fizz Res Shred elsewhere? Can we get Fizz Res Shred elsewhere? Yeah, good point. I can't think of a different source. So if you cannot get Fizz Res Shred anywhere else, you might want to do it in the blessing then. But yeah, I think there's some really fun memes to be had by trying to perma-freeze Jorah. I might try it one day. I might try it just for the memes. Just for the hilarity of it. That would be enjoyable. Anyways. What do you guys think? Should we look at one last build or is it bedtime? Now remember guys, get lots of sleep over the next 4 days. Get lots of sleep next 4 days. Because we're not going to be sleeping afterwards. So you're going to bank up on sleep as much as possible. And be ready for 1.0. Gotta prep. Breakfast time, Kaza. One last build on long? Let's do it. Let's do it. One last build. Let's do it. Pop it in Discord, please. So close this, close this, close this. Close that. Close. Closing everything. Okay, we got it. Grok, right? Okay, Shroud of Obscurity. I think, generally speaking, Shroud is worse than Exsanguinous. It's easier to get LP slots, but it's worse than Exsanguinous overall. Frostbite Shackles, so low life. Blood of the Exile. Yeah, I guess Blood of the Exile is too good to miss. Too good to skip. Do we think the servers are gonna hold? Well, EHG devs are optimistic, so I want to believe them. Fafnirsky, no links on Discord. Do you mind dropping it? Sorry, no links in Twitch. Can you drop it on Discord, please? The Infinite Spirit Plague ramp. Oh, I gotta check that out as well. Okay, so here we have Tectonic Fissure to spread the bleed, like we mentioned earlier, and to proc a lot of chaos bolts. So that's cool. So this is a ton of chaos bolts. Very expensive because we're running the gloom. You're getting an extra curse down here. Oh, it's a traversal skill as well. That's cool. Okay. So this is a really good utility traversal skill. I like the setup here. So Chaos Bolt, you're grabbing the low life, you're grabbing the fizz extension. You're grabbing the more damage. That's important. The only thing I would be curious is you are not converting this 20%. You're not picking up any damn chance. And I think it would be really nice to have damn chance. Because it gets converted to bleed, obviously, right? So it's probably not a big deal if you have a lot of bleed sources elsewhere. But I don't know. It just seems like it would be nice to have this one. Reduce zone, this one, just to be able to shotgun better. Oh, this one actually doesn't give you as much because it's more focused on hit damage. So you only get 4% per point here. I don't think this is very valuable. The curse refresh is kind of annoying. Sorry, the health gain is rather annoying. The curse refresh is nice, but the health gain from these two is very annoying. But yeah, I think I can get behind this build setup. I can get behind here. Behind this one. Let's see. Red blood for ward generation. That is nice. And you're trying to get a bit of damage out of it as well. Okay. Heart can fix low life. If it survives 1.0. Hopefully no hate. Don't hate the heart. Gotta have some heart. 4 points in here. I like it. Cooldown reduction. Do we have curses to cast? We do. You're avoiding the health leech. Very nice. Duration. Fizz conversion. Okay, so you're applying a bunch of bleeds. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. Profane Veil deals more damage. Oh, interesting. So bleed chance is quadratic scaling right here. Because the more bleed you have, the more multipliers you have. Very nice. Very nice. How much bleed do we have actually? Up here. Bleed. So 305. Okay, 305. So we got Bone Curse bleed. Honestly, I don't think this bleed is going to do anything for you. Bone Curse is just, yeah, I would rather extend Mark of Death. These bleeds are garbage. The only thing is maybe for getting faster to that 25 stacks. But other than that, it's just not good. I know it refreshes, but it's just these are such low value because you got to remember the damage that they deal, the more multipliers that they get is from the Bone Curse tree, and it's going to be just these two, so nothing. They don't get much damage scaling at all. All of these profane orbs, though, I think that's really cool because you're going to spam so many profane orbs and all of them are going to apply bleed. So I think this could be a huge spike in damage. So Chaos Bolts do some nice damage. They can get auto-procced, so the damage is pretty smooth that way. And then when you hit like a boss, you go into Profane Veil, and not only does it up your damage from your Chaos Bolt bleeds, but it also applies a lot of really solid more multiplier damage bleeds on its own. Although this right now, it doesn't seem that crazy good, to be honest. It's only, 30% more damage. The scaling is not significant here. It is quadratic, but it's very weak scaling. Thank you, Kaza. Take it easy, man. I'll be heading out after this build planner as well. So yeah, unfortunately, this multiplier is not very high. But I like the idea. And I like this extra damage here. Yeah, okay. Let's look at the items real quick. Oh, you don't have bleed on your scepter? Why no bleed? It doesn't spawn with bleed? Yeah, it doesn't get bleed. Ouch. Can we switch the scepter for something else? Why do you want spell damage? You got campaign run. You got you didn't get a temporal sanctum key until Reign of Dragons. Oh no. The bleed build. Well, the only place that actually has more multipliers for the bleed build is Chaos Bolt. You have these two, and these two are both absolutely phenomenal. These two are both amazing more multipliers. Any more multiplier that for 1 point can go over 100% without massive investment, that's massive. That's really great. Yeah, it has to be low life. Why do you want minus mana? Do you think Chaos Bolt is going to be that much of a problem? I think you're fine. So you're worried about mana. Fair. Chthonic Fissure will be very expensive. Yeah, we did not get very many mana solutions for Warlock. That's unfortunate. Honestly, I would consider this node right here. You're running low life, so the current health consumption is not a problem. And then the ward consumption is the only annoying thing. So, I don't know, if you put 2 points in it, is 6% ward a lot? If you're spamming it against bosses, it might be okay. So, this could be okay, maybe. This node right here is like the heart of Eukaros counter. This node, yeah, is the heart of Eukaros counter, guys. But the current health consumption might actually be nice as well because of this Devour the Damned and Cursed Blood. We're getting a lot of life back. So yeah, I would maybe consider putting this one in to deal with some of the mana problems rather than running a Scepter. I don't like Scepter here. I would consider running an axe like this one. 100% bleed on hit with a suffix that is bleed on hit. Is there anything else? Yeah, I think it just has to be that basic axe. Eulogy of Blood plus Life's Journey. Which one was Eulogy of Blood? Life's Journey was the shield, right? Health gain on block. Well, Flare's Pride. Flare's Pride is just too good for the bleed on hit. I definitely think you need more bleed sources. Oh, it's the axe. Yeah, I just looked at it. I remember. Yeah. This one. It's chance to bleed on melee hit, though. It's not bleed on spells. It doesn't work, unfortunately. It would be so nice if it was bleed on any hit. Steak and onions. Coincidentally, I also had steak tonight. Hunter. That's hilarious. That's a nice steak. You can get your spirit plague procced. I guess we are procking. Right here we are procking harvest. So Life's Journey could be neat, yeah. You can proc your spirit plagues on melee hits automatically. I don't know. Decent. Interesting option, but this gives you a lot of bleed chance, so it's hard to get rid of it. It's buggy. Oh, the axe is proccing on spells too? Oh. Now that's news. I didn't know that. All right. No, that's pretty good. I think this has potential. I think you need to work on the bleed chance on hit. That is basically your bottleneck right now. You're really, really lacking on bleed chance. 300% bleed is quite low. You can get it much higher. I guess... Oh, wait. I guess we're converting damned on hit. How much is your damned? 113 damned. So, yeah, okay, so you have 100 there and 300 here. It's not bad. Here's an option. 6% damned on any hit. It's generic. So this is basically 6% bleed. It's just so weak though. 1 point for 6% bleed, that's pretty weak. Wow, this is only 6% bleed chance? What? You kidding me? Every point only gives 6% bleed chance? That is phenomenally low. Absolutely ridiculously low. That is insane. This node gives us 13% damn chance. I don't get it. Why is bleed so low? Yeah, I would definitely put 3 more points in Chains of Ruin. Chains of Ruin is going to give you a lot of bleed chance. Max it out. So if we go and search damned. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. But yeah, you have to max this out, I think, in your build. It's just too good for what you're trying to do. Anyways, I think it's time to call it a night, guys. Let's check out what's the situation on Twitch. Who shall we raid? What do you guys think? Who do we want to raid? Thank you, Armilia. Good night, Hermit Craig. Hermit Craig, are you playing? Playing hard on Last Epoch 1.0? You have some time off or just gonna go as hard as PoE or no? Nice. We're gonna have a blast, bro. Yeah, this is hype, guys. 4 more days. 4 more days. Oh, you switched to the hardcore league. Oh, is that the one that Ziz was running? The what did he call it? Gauntlet or whatever. Four longest days of your life. Yeah. Just hardcore. Okay. How are you doing so far? Still staying alive? Staying alive. I don't think I'm ever gonna play hardcore on PoE. Maybe in PoE too. What level are you? How's progress? Give me, guys, somebody to raid. Give me a name. Otherwise, I'm gonna pick randomly. Level 70. Okay, you're making progress. You're getting there. Any recommendations for raids? Baylor. I think I raided Baylor already. Did I raid Baylor already one time? Is there like a list of who I've raided so far? He's playing Shaman. No, I think I raided him. I'm pretty sure I raided him. He's playing Shaman. He's going to be in like a 3 or 4 man group. And yeah, he's going to... I'm pretty sure I raided him one time. Let me see. Who else can we raid? Rolly91. The Uber... Okay, let's see. I'm going to look at who do I see first? The Uber Elite. I see first. 66 views. And he's playing, I think, Lich? Or no, Necro. I think it's Necro. Oh, we have Afterman is also playing Lich. Brain off, just grind. All right. I need a decider between Uber Elite and Afterman. Sorry, I don't see Rolly. So we'll pick between Uber Elite and Afterman. Anybody vote for one of the two? Then we'll go raiding. I don't believe I've raided either of them, so... Very old PoE vet that went MIA for a while. All right, Uber Elite then. Let's do it. Let's go Uber Elite. We've got 2 votes on Uber. Next time we'll do Afterman. Oh, they changed the UI for rating. Okay, so the Uber Elite. Let's do it. All right, you guys ready? Let's go. 4 more days. I think I'll probably stream on Sunday. We'll see. We'll see how I do with everything else I want to accomplish. But yeah. Either Sunday or Monday for patch review. Definitely streaming on Monday for patch review. If the news are very exciting, I'll probably stream on Sunday too. But 100% Monday stream and most likely a Sunday stream as well. We'll see. All right. Take it easy, everybody. Let's start the raid. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for sending me all these build planners. It's fun. And I had a bunch of good ideas from some of the build planners as well. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Tons of love. Take it easy. And gochiso sama deshita.